Welcome everybody to Ralph Tasker Arena. We have some bonus coverage right now going on for JV game, as it is the Bulldogs of Artesia JV squad taking on your Hobbs Eagle JV squad. Right now it's 38-23, and it's in the third quarter with a minute 43 left. So we will be a while before we get the girls and then the boys, and that'll be on Eagle 100.5 for the girls and Cool 95.7 for the boys. Of course, it'll also be on this one as well, whether it be on Hobbs Sports on the YouTube or on HobbsAmerica.com. Of course, you can also catch us on Facebook as well. Once again, this is the JV game. You're going to get some bonus coverage. 133 going. It's 38-23. JV Eagles over JV Artesia. Be back in just a moment to let you know what's going on right here. 6:42 remaining in this fourth quarter of the game, and Hobbs JV still up 46-32 right now, even though the Bulldogs have had a couple of extra scores than Hobbs had in this quarter. Nevertheless, they are holding on, and they also have the ball underneath their basket, so they'll be inbounding as well, and hopefully they'll be extending the lead. Instead, though, looks like a turnover. Inbound went out of bounds and will be inbounded once again by Artesia and the JV Bulldogs. Nice takeaway, though, as we get a three-point shot up, and it is good. Nothing but net on that one. Luis Arriaga got that one in there. Nicely done. 49-32, 6:24 remaining. As a second chance shot with the rebound, puts it in, and that is going to be 49-34. JV squad with a 15-point lead. Be back in a moment to let you know exactly when the doubleheader is going to start. The girls are going to start, followed by the boys, of course, after that game. Right now, though, we're waiting on the completion of this game. We'll be on Eagle 100.5 for the girls, and then after that, we'll go straight over to Cool 95.7 and give you the broadcast on that one for the boys as well. So lots of action going on tonight on the radio as well as on the internet. Of course, we've got it on HobbsAmerica.com. Just look under either Hobbs Sports 2 or 1, and you'll be able to find that, as well as on YouTube. Remember, you can always subscribe to get the notifications and let you know exactly when your games are going to be starting if you cannot attend them. And, of course, it'll be always on YouTube as well as HobbsAmerica.com. All right, Eagle fans, it is just about 2 minutes to go before this game is over with. Hobbs JV squad is leading the Artesia JV squad 56-42. We're just now under 2 minutes now as it is a back and forth rally. It's been mostly Artesia in this fourth quarter, but Hobbs already had a big lead. So just have cushioned that one as well. So right after that, we're going to let you know exactly how long it's going to be before the girls get started against the Artesia Lady Bulldogs, and then following that, that will be the Hobbs boys will be playing against your Hobbs boys. Will be playing against Artesia and the Bulldogs. It's a rematch from earlier, and last time these two met, Hobbs was able to win the Artesia tournament. So it should be a good one. Artesia just faced Roswell on Tuesday and almost beat them. It was a close game, got it in the fourth quarter, though. Made the differences, and it was a final score of a point, I believe. Let's see, it was 50. It's 2 points, actually. 59-57. Roswell walked away with the victory after a fourth quarter comeback to a degree. 59-57. Actually, it was 13-10 was the fourth quarter. Be back in just a moment for more coverage and let you know what's going on right here on the Eagle Network. Welcome everybody to Eagle Action, Eagle Basketball here at Hobbs. Of course, we're at the Ralph Tasker Arena, and we are in warm-ups right now for the girls. They're going to start it off first. We're going to have a doubleheader for your Hobbs Eagles. First, they're going to take on the Lady Bulldogs, and of course, Artesia has followed that with the Hobbs boys. They'll be playing them afterwards. It'll be a rematch from the Artesia Bulldog tournament where Hobbs was able to beat Artesia and win their championship. And this is not a championship or anything, but both teams are at one loss apiece for their streak. Both of them would like to get back into it before, of course, district starts. But that's going to be a tough one for Artesia. As you know, Hobbs is playing very well. They're number 2 in the state. Artesia is ranked at number 3 in their conference, district, which is 4A, and of course Hobbs is at 5A. We'll talk more about basketball service as far as getting the girls going, and we'll be doing that in a few minutes. Getting the pregame, of course, that'll also be on, not Kicks, but on Eagle 100.5. You'll be able to listen to it, or you watch it on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube on the Hobbs Sports Channel. And again, this will be a doubleheader. First, the Hobbs Lady Eagles, the very hot Hobbs Lady Eagles, who have been win their last 18 games. 18-1 is their record, and they are the Metro champions of Albuquerque for this season. So we'll be right back to cover all the action for you right here on the internet as well as on Eagle 100.5, and later on be Cool 95.7 for the boys. And don't forget, we have it on the app as well.
Welcome, everyone, to Tasker Arena. Time for Hobbs Lady Eagle basketball. Live on the Eagle 100.5 on the internet, hobbsamerica.com, and YouTube. Ty friend Ron Gunner sitting in for TJ Miracle and Don Morgan tonight as the Hobbs Lady Eagles taking on Artesia. Final tune-up before the district schedule gets underway, Ron, and the Hobbs Lady Eagles continue to roll 18-1 record. Tonight they play Artesia, who is 8-10. And, of course, the Lady Eagles doing some pretty excellent stuff on the road in a neutral site this past Friday in Moriarty. They whipped on Farmington for the second time this season. First time they won by like 60-some points.
Right.
The game on Friday, though, winning by 36. Final score 67-31, so a mercy rule win there. At the same time, looking at the numbers, Nakia Mojica, 14 points, had 2 trays, 2 for 2 on the line. Brett Clay, 13 points, 3 for 5 on the free throw stripe, and Brent Hargrove for 12, and she was perfect from the line as well. So 3 in double figures, Mojica, Clay, and Hargrove combining for 39 on the Hobbs Lady Eagles, 67 points. Hobbs shot 80% from the free throw line, which is about 14% more than they get usually on the season on the average. So everything pretty much going well. Started out quickly, 18-3 in the first quarter. They were up 37-18 at the half and outscored their counterpart Farmington 30-13 in the second half. Nobody in double digits for that Farmington squad, and that's pretty much all she wrote. Lady Eagles getting their 18th win.
Exactly, and I know Joey Carpenter wanted to kind of drag it out a little bit. He hates those quick games, especially in the second half during our mercy rule, so he wants to get all of his girls to get as much experience as possible. I know they're getting shorter games as he goes along, but he doesn't expect that in district. Could happen, maybe not, who knows. But, yeah, this is their final tune-up before the district, and they're going to take advantage of that, as Artesia is as well. They're not doing terrible, but they're not doing great either. So they want to tune up and see if they can get well for the district.
Boy, Hobbs really doing some good scoring this season. Again, that was their 18th game against Farmington, averaging 67.3 points a contest. Not even getting teams to the 29-point mark. They're averaging 28.9 against the Eagles' defense. Hobbs sometimes, the first quarter starts haven't been the best, but when they start applying that full court pressure, the trap situation, you got Brett Clay in there, and you got all these other players that just skirmishing around the basketball. Balls get coughed up, teams lose it to them, they lay it up on the transition game. And then the three-point shot working pretty well for Hobbs as well. It just, once the blood's in the water on the turnovers, Hobbs is going to take advantage of it.
I know, and the girls can continue to get that stroke. Once they hit that stroke, that first one that goes in for 3, it seems like they just do nothing but go back and repeat. And, yeah, they're very tough. And at the beginning, yeah, there's some complaints about it from time to time where they do start slow. But you know what? I think it's just feeling out, just making sure they've got their legs underneath them, because once they start running, they don't stop until the end of the game.
Brett Clay leads the team in scoring, 15.8 points a contest. Also leads in rebounds at 8.3 a game. Definitely a great package for the Division I level coming up next year. Should be at Air Force Academy, of course. And always doing something well for the Eagles. And, of course, defensive-wise, too, Brett Clay leads the team in steals at 3.7. Scoring, rebounds, steals. I mean, what better situation can you have for a player like that?
Exactly. I mean, she is running on all cylinders. Couldn't do any better at the right time, too. And, yeah, she's definitely going to be one of those players to watch from now on.
Nakia Mojica, of course, second leading scorer at 9.5 a contest. She leads the team in free throw percentage, 89.5%, definitely stroking it through on the free throw line, and also leads the team on assists at 3.2 a game. So she likes to dish, she likes to shoot from the outside and do some good things on the free throw line. Definitely a good offensive spark plug for the Hobbs Eagles. Kendall Cunningham, post player, very physical in the paint. She's averaging 8.6 points a contest. She is second on the team in rebounding at 6.7. We've seen a couple of games recently where she's been scoring in double figures. I kind of talked about that back at the Metro tournament when they were in the championship game with Curtin Central. I said, it'd be nice to start to see the double-digit scoring on top of all these other stats. And sure enough, she got 12 in that game and also 12 against Farmington on Friday night. Don't say it was my part that did that, but I'm just saying maybe I add a little magic to her for that.
Yeah, exactly. Cunningham, yeah, you know, she's a little bit of a tall player. Maybe she did over here. Who knows? But either way, yeah, she stepped up when she wanted to, when she needed to, and I think she's going to do it again today as well as for the rest of district play.
Unfortunately, I shorted Brent Hargrove. She actually is beating her in scoring by 0.1, 8.7, 8.6. So, but still, we got Kendall Cunningham with the rebounding, etc. But again, Brent Hargrove is really a good player as well, as she'll come off really get fired up and get some outside shots. That's what she likes to do, stroke it through the net, and really want to see her step up in this game as well. I know one player that really does a great job in that six-man position, Aliana Armitage.
Oh, yeah.
She's got 6.5 points a game, one of the leaders in scoring, but again, not a starter. I think Coach Carpenter likes to bring her off the bench and kind of dive on the floor to get the basketball, get some bruises, get some scrapes, some burns on there. Go coast to coast, steal at one end, lay it up at the other, or wait for a pass on the assist coming the other direction. But this girl is going to put her body on the line game after game.
She's the blur you see on the field. When you look out there and you don't see the starters, you know that Armitage is going to be out there hustling, whether it be on offense, defense. She does it both, and she does it both very well. Defense, I think she does a little bit better. She's able to sneak underneath and be able to get those balls and be able to turn it around for a steal or a turnover.
Yeah, definitely a threat wherever you look at it on the court. The Eagles are shooting 43% from the field this season, 31% from three-point range, and on the free throw line at 66%. Now, they're still averaging in double digits on turnovers, 12.6 a game, but sometimes that just happens, especially when you get people off the bench. A lot of chemistry out there. Trying to get that mixed and matched, and of course a lot of different players getting action throughout these blowout games. Again, Hobbs averaging 67 compared to 28 points. They're beating teams on the average by 39 points. Lots of people getting off the bench, and sometimes that kind of doesn't gel the way you like it to, but hey, when you're getting an 18-1 record, do you really worry about the 12.6 turnovers a game?
No, you don't. In fact, actually, some of those are just errant passes. They're trying to throw it across really quickly, unable to get their target, whether it's underthrown, overthrown, or just whatever it happens, maybe even defended by one of the defenders blocked away. Either way, though, that small percentage of turnovers doesn't count up to anything once they don't, since they get it back right away.
One stat I didn't mention, too, for individuals, going back to Cunningham for just a minute, she does lead the team in blocks at 2.2 a game. And again, she's a post player. You expect some blocks out there. She's not the tallest girl in 5A basketball in the state of New Mexico, but she gets off the floor and does a good job of keeping the hands straight up and not coming all the way down on a tomahawk on it, and does a good job of holding on to the leather.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. When you leave your feet, do not just start swatting around everything, because then you definitely can draw a foul. So either stay on your feet or get up high and just keep it short.
Of course, the Hobbs Lady Eagles taking on Artesia tonight. The Bulldogs currently have an 8-10 record, under 500. They're averaging 46 points a ball game and giving up 46 points, so kind of a wash there. But that's got to be kind of a question mark, because 46 points a ball game is not very much on the average. They're playing against one of the toughest teams in the state. With the Hobbs Lady Eagles, they only give up 28, so a little bit less than half of that there in terms of the point production. Hobbs is definitely going to be doing some trapping in this game.
So what you're saying is basically Artesia's numbers do not add up to what could be a considered even close a game to the Lady Eagles, who are pressing and getting those shots quickly enough once they get the ball rebounded or returned, and they get back into the paint and be able to get inside for another layup.
To Artesia's credit, though, Ron, they have defeated 3 5A teams this year. Alamogordo, they picked them off by 8. They also knocked off Atrisco Heritage by 20, and Gadsden beat by 17. Now, those teams aren't highly ranked in the 5A, but it's always nice to see a 4A squad getting a chance to get the bigger squads around the state. Against the 5A, though, they are 3-8, so those 3 wins we just mentioned. Against the 4A, though, Artesia doing a little bit better at 5-2 this season, so they definitely got some good opponents that they faced up to this point. They have played some other 5A schools. They lost to Artesia, or excuse me, lost to Artesia themselves. Lost to Roswell, of course, from the Hobbs Eagle District. Also lost to Centennial by 20. Carlsbad twice in some close games. That's an arch rival matchup, 9-6. Carlsbad ranked 13th in the state, Roswell 12th. Lost to Clovis, the number 6 ranked team in 5A by 23, and Los Lunas, the 4th ranked team in the state, by 22. So some of the top ranked 5A squads not doing as good against, but still, they're not scared to put a good schedule out there and play some tough teams. Coach Hotling retired after last season, so a new coach moving up, Candace Pollard. She's an assistant that been at the program for a few years, so she's going to try to step in and help this team out. Eagles got to be careful about some of the best offensive players for Artesia. Jenna Whitmire against Santa Teresa. She dumped in 15 points, 11 of those in the third quarter. Sophomore post Avery Frederick had 13 against Santa Teresa. She got a majority of her points in the third quarter as well, 11. So those two players kind of waited to the second half to score, but they're typically their top scorers. But again, that sophomore post is going to have her hands full with Kendall Cunningham for the Lady Eagles.
And they definitely are, and you never know who's going to come out here. In fact, they could face, or they could play just as well as they did Carlsbad in the first game, which pushed into overtime. Wasn't able to get that one. 58-49 was the victory for Carlsbad, but still, they pushed it into overtime. overtime. May not happen here, but you never know. That's the reason why we play these games.
They got another youngster at the post position. Subbing in for Frederick is Grayson Kirkendall against Chaparral, a team that they beat pretty badly, 57-33 by 24 points. She was the top scorer. The freshman had 15 in that one. Whitmire once again had 13, and Kaylee Padilla had 12 points, 9 of those in the second quarter. So Padilla is another name that comes in once in a while in terms of top scoring. But I think you're really going to have to look closely at that Jenna Whitmire girl. She's the most consistent this season. And Artesia would love to pick off the Lady Eagles on the Tasker Arena court. Going to be a tough one for them, but they're here to play a game.
Exactly. They are here to play. They know they've got a tough one. They got a tough one from now on with district coming up. Levington is next. So they want to make sure that they get not only uninjured in this game, but also play their best, do what they can, and learn from their mistakes and move on to district.
Of course, the Hobbs Lady Eagles coming in at the #1 ranking, 18-1 record, 18.1 strength of schedule, which is the best in the state at this current time. The only team that beat them is right behind them at #2, Sandia. They're at 16-1 and have an 18 strength of schedule, so a 0.1 less. Been playing some tough teams as well. Hobbs only lost to them the first game of the season by 5, though.
Exactly. An 18-game winning streak, though, is proving strong, and of course, Hobbs always loves to get into a winning streak at the district.
National anthem starting here. We'll take a 90-second break. Back live here at Tasker Arena, the Hobbs Eagle fight song going on right now as the Hobbs Lady Eagles get ready to take on Artesia. Again, Hobbs at 18-1, Artesia at 8-10. Right before the break, we were talking about the Lady Eagles ranking in the Max Preps poll at #1. Sandia 2, Mayfield 3, Los Lunas 4, and Farmington 5. The Hobbs Lady Eagles have picked off 5 teams in the top 10. Mayfield by 24, Los Lunas by 20, Farmington twice, including a 69-point win the first time, beat Rio Rancho by 36, and also Volcano Vista, the 10th-ranked team, by 30. And that's kind of hard to do, Ron. Beating teams like that in the top 10 by 20s and 30s, I mean, that tells you a pretty strong a team in the state.
Exactly. We watched them, at least I watched them the first 2 games. You watched them all 4 games. It was amazing. We were stunned by the fact of how easily it looked that Hobbs was able to take over control. Once it was in the second quarter, it was pretty much a blowaway, and we weren't expecting that. We thought that they could do it. We just didn't expect that they would do it. So, yeah, definitely a shocker for the state. They are woken up now, and we're going to see what happens next.
Of course, Artesia comes in 15th in the 4A of the Max Preps poll. #1 in that poll is Kirtland Central. That's the team the Lady Eagles played against in that Metro Tournament Championship. Kirtland Central hung with Hobbs for a little bit of that first quarter, but after that, the pressure, the transition, the trap in the backcourt, I mean, everything was going well for Hobbs. Kirtland Central was having some issues with Kendall Cunningham, who really got hard in the paint, rebounding and also scoring, so that kind of hurt him. And, of course, Brett Clay, you just kind of spin her around, and she just goes all over the court for you.
Man, there's a lot of players. You just see the energy level. Never goes down below 6 and always is strong, and they definitely they are good on both sides of the court, and that's what the great thing about them, too.
Look at the starting lineups. First for Artesia, Carmen Harvey, Kaylee Padilla, Jenna Whitmire, Hattie Harrison, and Avery Frederick. And for the Lady Eagles, Madsen Zepeda, Brett Clay, Nakia Mojica, Brent Hargrove, and Kendall Cunningham. Now, Madison Cepeda, we didn't say much about yet in terms of this game. She's been a very steady guard, averaging 3.5 points a contest. And definitely stepping up for Hobbs, keeping the ball in the offensive set for the Lady Eagles so far this season. They're giving the announcements right now. Hobbs will be wearing their white home uniforms with the gold and black numbering. And it'll be Artesia, of course, in the orange with white trim and black sleeves in this one. And, of course, this year, in terms of the rules of the NMAA and the NFHS, you can wear black sleeves underneath your travel uniform, so that's why Artesia is kind of color coordinated today with the orange uniforms and the black sleeves. We'll take a final 30-second break, get ready for tip-off. The Hobbs Lady Eagles take in on Artesia on the Eagle 100.5, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Stay with us. Get ready for tip-off here at Task Arena, the final pre-district game of the season for the Hobbs Lady Eagles, who love to go into it with a 19-1 record. And they defeat Artesia, who is 8-10. The jump ball, Kendall Cunningham tips in the front court to Brett Clay. Down, back door to Mojica. Misses a lefty layup, but rebound in the left block by Brent Hargrove. Sends it off to the right wing. Over to Cepeda and returns deep to the timeline to Hargrove. Dribbles towards the scorer's table on the left side. Now swing it back to the right with the pass to the corner to Mojica. Tries to get into Cunningham. It's lost. Gets knocked to the sideline on the near right side and chased down by Artesia, but knocked out. Good defense in the passing lane by Carmen Harvey, but it will be Hobbs basketball right in front of the Taskovich band near midcourt. Eagle basketball to bring it in. Gets it into the right wing to Hargrove up top. To Cepeda, dribbles around the left side, unloads to Mojica. Returns to Cepeda, left wing, and then to Mojica, left corner. WNBA three, and nothing but net to get this thing started. Swishes it right through the threads. 3-0 the score early here in the first quarter. Artesia gets across the timeline. Carmen Harvey with the basketball, sends a dangerous helium pass down the half-court stripe to Padilla, who comes down with it. Returns to the right wing to Harvey. Very tentative on the offense to start. Up top to Padilla. Back to the right wing again to Harvey, and gives it back into Padilla on the yo-yo passing game. Touch pass to the free throw line to Whitmire, drives the lane, double clutch on the right side, rejected with two hands by Cunningham, but she could not get the grip on the basketball and comes out on the baseline. It will be Artesia ball right of the rim.
Yeah, nice block for Cunningham. Already getting this thing started off. I don't think it had a chance anyway, but a nice block.
Harvey gets into the right corner, jab step, being applied, and coming down the right baseline is Padilla. Lost the ball in traffic. Loose in the paint, diving bodies, and Cunningham comes down with it for the steal. First Artesia turnover, and ball gets knocked out of bounds on the baseline. It'll be Hobbs' ball. Inbounding will be Cepeda, gets it in to a wide open Brent Hargrove. The defense back, looks like a 2-3 zone for Artesia. Hargrove in the front court, no look pass to the right wing. Cepeda fakes a three, returns it left side to Hargrove outside the circle. No looker again over to the right side of Cepeda, down low to Cunningham, goes up with two hands, splitting two defenders in the middle and lays it in on the right glass. Hobbs up early 5-0 here in the first.
Yeah, nothing but Cunningham so far as she's gotten some nice plays on defense as well as offense.
Throw-in violation, taken back for the Eagles on the throw-in on the left baseline, gets it into Cunningham on a high-arching pass. He goes up strong and threads it through for another bucket. 4 for Cunningham. Second Artesia turnover on that inbound. 6:15 remaining first quarter. Hobbs by 7. Couple of passes get it across the timeline. Hattie Harrison gives it off to the right wing to Padilla. She'll hold it for a second. Defense coming out on her tough, and that is Cepeda. Almost losing the basketball. She does fumble near the sideline. Gets knocked out a second time by the tough defense of Madison Cepeda and just completely swarming on Harvey on that far right sideline. Hobbs defense now going to have to set up again. It was knocked out. Artesia going to get it in. The handoff comes into Padilla on the right wing. Comes down the lane. Tries to throw it back door to Whitmire on the left block. Sails out of bounds. Brent Hargrove stepped up in the paint that time to put a little bit of confusion out there. But it will be Artesia basketball. Might have been touched by Brett Clay. Inbound to the right wing. Into Harvey. She fumbles the basketball. Taken away by Cepeda. Turner number 3. Threads it down the lane at the other end on the right side. Laid up by Hargrove with a scoop shot. Already 3 scores for the Lady Eagles, who lead 9-0. And a timeout on the court for Coach Pollard and Artesia. 5:44 left first quarter. Hobbs on a run, 9-0 to start this one. We'll take 30 seconds and come back live on the Hobbs Lady Eagle Network.
Hobbs Lady Eagle action right here at HobbsAmerica.com. Of course, also at Ralph Tasker Arena. We've got a 9-0 run here in the first quarter, and it has been nothing but Lady Eagles, of course. And with the call, we've got our friend, my friend, Ty Friend.
And, of course, Ron, we talked about this in the pregame show. Once the turnovers start to mount on the trap pressure, that's when the points are going to start to add up for the Lady Eagles. And Artesia shooting themselves in the foot already with 3 turnovers, and you can see the points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they were trying to go tentative. That is not going to work, so they had a timeout. They're going to try to see what they can do now to adjust on this one. But this was the 9-game winning streak is what's on the line right now.
Inbound on the baseline of the backcourt to Padilla. Tries to send it across court to the far right. Still in the backcourt, but they're going to call the travel. Moving to the feet that time. And we talk about turnovers during the timeout, and there's a 4th one right after the timeout, a wasted timeout for Coach Pollard. Inbound wide open on the right block. They get it into Zapata. Nobody contesting her, lays it in with 2 hands. She's got her first bucket. Hobbs up now 11-0, the biggest lead of the ball game in the first.
Yeah, that was a double sting right there. Timeout didn't work, and the inbound, no defense.
And he had it. Harrison gets it down low on the left block, trying to lean to the hoop as Padilla might have got her hand swiped at. They called the foul from behind. Comes up underneath the net. Not going to go through the hoop that time, but they call the foul on Cunningham, her first team foul. So Artesia getting their first look on the line to try to get in the books here on a free throw as they trail 11-0. First shot is up, and it is good right through the net for Kaylee Padilla. That's her first point of the game, and the first one for Artesia. Going to bring in some subs as well. As coming on the court, Grayson Kirkendall. And also checking in as well is Ashton Kraft.
Like with most teams, they have to wait until they're uncontested to get their points, and that's the second one.
Second free throw good for Padilla. She's got 2 now. And they bring in that freshman post as well. Going to be some size, that Grayson Kirkendall, the freshman. So definitely can see her out in the court at 6'4". Coming across the timeline is Clay. Bounce pass out of the left block to Cunningham, sends it left corner. 3 on the way, it's blocked in the air, Zapata, but tipped back out top of the arc to Hargo for 3. It comes off the top of the rim, and a rebound pulled down for Brett Clay, dribbling out of traffic. Returns it to the top of the arc to Hargo. Back to Cunningham in the right elbow, turns and fires the J and puts it through the hole. She's got 3 buckets and 6 points. Hobbs back up by 11, 13-2. Passing in the backcourt to the free throw line to Whitmire, sends it across the timeline, but it's stolen away on the right wing, taken away by Zapata, turner number 5, and she's going to come down the lane, little scoop shot of the left glass and scores. Zapata now with 4 points. It is 15-2. Hobbs by 13, their biggest lead here in the first quarter. Passing in the paint, in the backcourt, Whitmire dribbles across the far right sideline into the Hobbs Lady Eagle front court. They're going to call a push in the back that time on Zapata, as she'll pick up the foul, her first, second team foul against Hobbs. So kind of some close calls there, but you got a nice cushion of 13 points, does Hobbs.
Exactly, plus you've got a nice little rotation of substitutions coming in now, right now for the Hobbs Lady Eagles. Inbounding
the sub for Artesia, Brooklyn Thacker gets into the right corner. Going baseline is Whitmire, dribbles out of pressure, returns it back deep, and it's picked off. Barely checking in, Aliana Armitage, the 6th turnover, throws it down the lane, and Brett Clay lays it in for 2 on the right side, then points back at Armitage and says, thank you, teammate. 17-2, Hobbs up by 15, their biggest lead with 4:09 left in the second. We got a tie-up on the inbound, and guess who again? Aliana Armitage after a steal, and now ties the ball up. Not going to get the arrow on this one, but it will be Artesia basketball on the baseline, and that's the kind of spark plug you see off the bench for Armitage.
Exactly. She is the spark plug that gets the bench fired up.
Ball comes into the far right sideline to Thacker. Stop and go dribble, taking on Armitage. Bounce pass near the time stripe. They're going to call the travel before the pass by Thacker. Already 7 turnovers now for the orange and white. Some of them are kind of huffing and puffing right now. They just cannot break the pressure of the Hobbs Lady Eagle defense.
Exactly. That's what that trap does, is it makes you second guess, and sometimes when you second guess, you travel.
Hobbs has 5 scores so far, at least a bucket apiece or more. Nobody's scored a bucket yet for Artesia. They do have 2 free throws by Padilla. 17-2. Hobbs going to spread out the 2-3 zone. Pass over to left wing. Sub checking in Caitlin Munoz. She's going to hold the ball. Now going to fire up a WNBA 3. It swishes it through. Nobody coming out on her on that zone defense. That's the second tray of the game for the Lady Eagles. And Munoz's first points of the game as well. Hobbs by 18, their biggest lead here in the first.
And it got blocked out, had to be rebounded or inbounded again by Artesia.
So take it off on the left baseline, sling it hard to the half-court stripe, gets tipped into the hands of Harrison by Clay. Stop and go on the left wing front court. Lost the ball, picked up left wing behind her by Padilla. Dribbles up top and then backs out against the pressure as Munoz playing some great D. Pass over to the right wing to Padilla, or correction, that is Kraft. Lost the ball, tries to throw it to the timeline, stolen away by Munoz. Turnover number 8, down the court to Clay, who lays it on the right side and gets hammered from behind. Count the basket and the foul. Clay now with 2 buckets and 8 turnovers for Artesia.
Second Armitage steal there, and of course that goes to another bucket. 2 for 2 is what Armitage is right now, and as long as she's out there, she's making things happen.
First foul on Whitmire, first against the Bulldogs as well, as Clay will step up, shooting on the free throw line this season at 73% and makes the free throw there. She's got 5 points. Clay is now second leading scorer, 6 for Kendall Cunningham here in the first quarter, and the biggest lead is 21. 3:24 left here in the first, 23-2 your score. The inbound kind of just pushed in there in the paint. It's knocked off the hands of Kaylee Padilla, thanks to Armitage behind her, kind of punched at it and knocked off the Artesia's player's arm, and that goes down to the 9th turnover. The inbound to the left wing to Munoz, gives it to Armitage, same side, drives the lane, kick out to the right wing to Carolina Size. She'll back it out, give it back to Armitage in the right corner, drives baseline, one-hand bounce pass to the left corner. Hargrove fires up a 3 off the back of the rim, no good. Long rebound in transition for Artesia. Driving down the lane is Padilla, goes back door, and the layup is good for Artesia on the right side of the rim. Is putting it through is Ashton Kraft. First bucket of the game for Artesia. They do have 4 points there with 2 free throws. 23-4. A 2-3 zone for the Bulldogs. Pass off left wing to Munoz. Back deep to Hargrove, had to jump forward and brings it over to the right side with 2:45 left in the quarter. Returns to Sice on the left wing. Couple of dribbles and stops. Up top to Hargrove. Coming around the right circle. Handoff as she gives it off to Armitage. Drives him into the lane. A lead shot off the back of the rim. No good. Tipped around. Ball's loose at the free throw line as Cunningham tried to grab for it. She might have grabbed onto somebody there. Yes, they call the foul on her. That's her second personal, 3rd team foul against the Lady Eagles. Timeout on the court. 2:31 left, first quarter. Hobbs 23, Artesia 4. Back in 30 on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and on the radio, the Eagle 100.5.
Right here on the Eagle 100.5, we've got the Hobbs Lady Eagles in action right now, 23-4 with 2:31 left in this first quarter. And we've got the call from Ty Friend.
19-point lead. It's been as big as 21 here in the first. The inbound is deflected off a Lady Eagle. Armitage there in the paint in the backcourt, trying to get it off the hands of her opponent, Kaylee Padilla. And they're going to say Armitage touched it last, but always putting a hand in that passing lane. They're going to chuck a one-hander across half court. It's complete on the left wing front court to Harrison. Drives the lane, double clutch, blocked by Cunningham, and then gets a rebound. Tries to dribble out of traffic as that foul going to be called. And boy, the girl that got called, Jenna Whitmire, turned to the official and kind of swung her hand at him like she didn't like the call. That's a second on Whitmire, second against the Bulldogs. Clock stopped at 2:24 left here in the first. Hobbs up by 19. Cunningham's going to take a breather, and it'll be Brett Clay back on the court for Hobbs. Dribbling across the timeline, Hargrove, no-look pass over to the right wing to Armitage, returns up top to Hargrove. Bounce pass to the left side of the circle to Sice. Up top to Hargrove, bounce off to Clay, who comes and gets it. Gives it back over to the left wing to Munoz. To the right side to Armitage, up top to Hargrove. Moving that zone. Pass to the left wing, faking a 3, but shot from the 18-foot range off the mark of the back of the rim for Munoz. Pulled down for Artesia by Katie Harrison. Harrison throws it across the timeline on the right wing. Taking a few dribbles is Whitmire. Lost the basketball. Taken away by Hargrove. Turner number 10. Comes down the lane with a little scoop shot action on the left wing and scores. Hargrove going the distance with it that time. She's got 4 points. 25-4 your score. Hobbs by 21 matching their biggest lead. A couple of passes getting across the timeline to Padilla. Dumps it down low to the freshman post on the right block. She gets it back door to the left block. And laying it up and in is Caddy Harrison, her first bucket. 25-6, Hobbs by 19. At the other end, Armitage on the right wing. Keeps it same side. 3 on the way from Munoz. Comes less of the rim and barely comes up underneath it and goes out of bounds. So pretty much an air ball on that shot. And it will be Artesia basketball. And Coach Carpenter going to go to his bench and bring on the court Nakia Mojica as she checks in for Seiss. Eagles trap pressure. They're going to say stepping over the baseline that time was Jenna Whitmire, and they're going to call the turnover on that one. 11 turnovers in this quarter only here in the first here, Ron. Double digits is exactly what Hobbs liked, the blood in the water.
Exactly.
Inbound comes into the free throw stripe to Armitage, sends it down the lane. Shot on the way for Brett Clay on the fade and put it through it for 2. Actually, correction, that's Kaysen Munoz.
Yes.
That's her first bucket. She had a tray earlier, too, for 5 points now. And a whistle in the front court. Hobbs for the hold, leading 28-6 as they call the foul against Kaysen Munoz. That's her first 14th foul, 1 away from the double bonus.
So she hits a sweet three-pointer, nothing but net, and the sophomore goes over the other side and collects the foul.
Artesia inbound on the far right sideline of their front court. Ashton Kraft slings it down to the right corner. Driving baseline is Whitmire. Wraparound pass to the left block to Harrison. Kick it back left corner to Whitmire. 3 off the front of the rim, no good. Rebound over the front of the iron. Foul call. As coming down the paint, putting it over the top of the iron was Padilla, her second rebound. And they're going to call the foul in the Eagles' point-blank range near the rim that time. And that'll be called against Hargrove, her first 15th foul. Double bonus for Artesia the rest of this first quarter. Padilla will shoot 2. She's already 2 for 2 on the line. Now make it 3 for 3. 100% so far for the orange and white. 28-7 score. Hobbs up by 21 with 46.5 remaining here in the first.
Yeah, it has been nothing but Eagles so far.
Second free throw good on a swish. 4 for 4 for Padilla in the game. 28-8. Hobbs by 20. Quickly in the front court. Hargrove on the right wing against the 2-3 zone. Slides left. No look pass to the left block to Zepeda. Kick out left. A 3 on the way from Mojica off the back of the rim. Rebound by Armitage on the right block. She's pivoting out of pressure. Sends it up top to Hargrove. Spin move on the left elbow. Kick out right. 3 on the way for Clay off the back of the iron. Another rebound for Armitage on the right block. Her second. Sends it up top to Hargrove. Touch pass to Clay on the free throw line. Pivots and returns to Hargrove up top. To Armitage on the right baseline. A runner shot from the right block off the back of the rim. Clay goes up with it on the rebound right block, and she is fouled. Her second board, and a chance to add some free throws to her name as she was fouled by a sandwich maneuver by Artesia. A couple of players converging on her that time, and they're going to give that foul to Avery Frederick, the sophomore post, her first 13th foul. So Clay 1 for 1 on the line. She's the only one that's shot a free throw in this game for Hobbs. And her shot, second one, is good right through the net. She's got 6 points. Now tied up with Cunningham. Could get another free throw here and take the lead in scoring for Hobbs.
Armitage goes back to the bench, but it was cool to see how she was able to get around up above 3 players, Artesia players, as she got that 1 rebound.
Second free throw good for Clay. She's perfect, 3 for 3, 100%. The Hobbs Lady Eagles came into the game at 66 as a team. 30-8 your score. Inbound on the far right sideline. Driving hard across the timeline is Whitmire, and she gets written a little bit too hard. They're going to call the foul on Madison Zepeda, her second. 16th foul, so back to the double bonus for Artesia. And they've had a couple of buckets, but all the rest free throws. 4 for 4 for Padilla. And Whitmire on the line has yet to shoot one. Trying to whittle away at the 22-point lead for Hobbs. First shot is bounced around the rim off the glass and goes through the cylinder for the first point for Whitmire. And now 30-9.
Always want to limit your team opponent to any type of plays to get scores, and the free throw line is one of them.
Carpenter returns Carolina Seiss to the game. Second free throw hard off the back of the rim for Whitmire, no good. Long rebound for Brett Clay up the far left sideline. Her third board. Into the front court, gives it off to Hargrove, right wing. Wide open for 3 and beats the buzzer. Last shot of the first quarter, and that'll be the third try in the game for the Lady Eagles, and 7 for Hargrove in the books. at the end of one. Hobbs up by 24, their biggest lead, 33-9 over Artesia. We'll take a 60-second break and come back on the Hobbs Lady Eagle Network. We're back live at Task Arena, ready to start the second quarter. The Lady Eagles up by 24, 33-9. Led by 7 points by Brett Clay and Bryn Hargrove, 6 for Kendall Cunningham. Hobbs has hit 3 3-pointers. Kaislyn Munoz with 5. She has a tray. The load it down low to the left block, going up with 2 hands, uncontested. Bryn Hargrove now the leading scorer with 9 points. Artesia leader is Kaylee Padilla with 4, all on free throws. Ball kicked across the timeline off the foot of Jenna Whitmire for turnover number 12. Pass into the front court, left wing. 3 on the way for Mojica off the back of the rim. Rebound by Brett Clay on the right block, her 4th board. Touch pass on the right side of the wing to Armitage. And returns up top to Mojica. To Armitage on the right side again. To Clay on the right elbow. She pivots, passes off the left side to Hargrove. Fakes a 3. Takes a few dribbles against the 2-3 zone. Back to Armitage on the right baseline. Dribbles underneath the hoop. Fires a pass left corner to Mojica. Drives baseline. And they're going to say her foot went out on the left sideline for the turnover. That will be her first turnover of the ball game for the Lady Eagles as well, who have 10 or making 11 less turnovers than Artesia. They had 12 in the first quarter alone. Actually 11, they added 1 here in the second. Bad inbound, there's another one. Taken away by Armitage in the paint, turnover number 13. Pass to the right baseline to Hargrove, sends it to the left side of the paint to Clay. Clay down the lane to Cunningham on the left side. Her shot put off the left rim, no good. Rebound put back up with a double clutch on the right glass. So her continuation could put some points in for the Lady Eagles. She's got 8 points and 2 boards, 37-9. Hobbs up by 28, their biggest lead of the game. Into the front court, dribbling through pressure is Padilla. Comes down the paint, bounces it off to the left block to Greer, to the free throw line, back to Padilla, throws up a shot off the front of the rim, no good. And Cunningham coming down with the rebound, her 3rd. Outlet to Clay in the front court, bounce it back toward Armitage. Give it go, back to Clay with the fade on the left block and lays it over the top of the rim for 2. So Brett Clay starting to rack up the points. She's got 9, tying up Hargrove. At a 30-point lead, Ron, get close to mercy rule.
Exactly it is, and we're not surprised at all that Hobbs is just running them ragged.
Artesia trying to post up Grayson Kirkendall, the freshman post, overthrows her on the right block, sails out of bounds with a 14th turnover. Still a 30-point Lady Eagle lead with 6:10 left in the second. Coming across the timeline is Hargrove in the left wing, up top to Clay, return to Hargrove. Pivoting and looking for some help. No look pass back door to Cunningham. Fade away on the right block. Clinks off the rim, no good. Clay gets her 5th rebound on the right block. Sends it back to the left corner. Nailing the tray. Nakia Mojica. Her 2nd tray in the game. She's got 6 points. That is the 4th tray for the Lady Eagles in this contest. 42-9, a 33-point lead. Now the mercy rule won't go into effect until the second half. 1 bucket away from that right now, and a steal coming across the timeline by Clay Turner, number 15. She goes backdoor to Armitage with a double clutch on the left side and scoring it through. Armitage with her first bucket. Eagles have 7 scores in this ball game and now lead by that mercy rule number 35. A steal. A scoop shot on the right side of the lane, missed by Hargrove. Clay misses the tip on the left of the rim, another tip, and it then gets bounced out up top to Cunningham. Bounce it back toward Armitage, goes up high with it on the right glass and scores. Armitage now with 4 points. This is a runaway, 46-9, 37-point lead. Ball gets fumbled across the timeline, picked up on the right block by Kraft. Throws it down the lane, a missed tip over the front of the rim by Kirkendall. Lady Eagles going to chase it down on the near sideline by Armitage, her third rebound. Dribbles down the court. Wraparound pass to Hargrove, left corner for three, and nothing but net. Hargrove now has 2 trays, 12 points to lead the Lady Eagles. The 5th tray of the game for Hobbs, up by 40, 49-9. And now we got a reach foul at the other end, or we've got a travel possibly instead. It looks like a turnover for Artesia. That they might call the reach foul there, coming down the lane. Hole 5 checking in for the Lady Eagles with a 40-point lead run, unheard of here in the second quarter.
Exactly, and just like that, we thought that Hobbs could do it. They're definitely improving. They've got a good offense, defense all around. They're great.
As the subs coming in for the Lady Eagles, coming down the left wing is Addison Everhart. Bouncing back to the timeline to Carolina Size. Comes around the right circle, uses up her dribble. Bounce passes Zapata in the right corner. She'll slide up to the top of the arc and unloads the ball to Everhart. Bounce it to the free throw line to Sice, to the right wing to Zapata, who swishes another tray for the Lady Eagles. Zapata now with 7 points and 6 trays for Hobbs, leading by 43 points. This thing definitely is going to be merciful as we get into the third quarter a little bit later. Pass deflected at the timeline off the hands of Everhart. It's picked up by Zapata. That'll be turnover number 16. Dribbles to the left block, slings it over to the right wing. To Sice. Bounce pass deep to Zapata. Top of the circle. One hands it back over to Sice for 3 out the back of the rim. And brought down on the left baseline for Artesia by Zaylee Greer. Her first board. Pass to the free throw line. They're going to call the foul as Madison Zapata got a little bit too aggressive that time. Has her 3rd personal. That'll be the first team foul here in the second quarter, but the clock is down to 3:42 left here in the second. Hobbs up by 43. Being inbound on the right baseline of the backcourt. Brought in by Ashton Kraft. Gets in on the near side to Harrison. Cross court right. Over to Harvey, and then over across the timeline on the left wing to Harrison. Sends it down to the right corner to Whitmire. All right, correction, that is Kraft. Down to the left baseline on the pass to Harrison. Goes up hard with it on the double clutch over the front of the rim and scores off the dribble. Harrison now with 4 points, 52-11. To the other end for the Lady Eagles, down to the left corner to Everhart. Returns it up top to Munoz, to the right wing to Zapata. Back to Munoz for 3 on the top of the arc. It's going to roll around the rim, come out, no good. Another rebound brought down on the left block for Artesia by Zaylee Greer, her second. They call the reach foul on Hobbs, and that'll be charged to Addison Everhart, her first, second team foul.
That last bucket for the Lady Bulldogs, it was their first for the quarter.
3:05 left before the half, 52-11, Hobbs by 41. As the inbound comes in the hands of Kraft, drives hard to the front court, continues down the left block, tries to throw a pass in lane, gets deflected, picked up on the right side, and a 15-footer nail by Harrison. Left her wide open right of the rim that time. She's got 6 points. 52-13 at the other end, a 3 on the way, and right through the cylinder in the net. That's Madison Zapata, her second tray of the game. She's got 10 points, the 7th tray for the Lady Eagles. They've been averaging 8 trays this season for the Hobbs cause. Hard bounce pass from left to right of the court. Goes hard into the hardwood and rolls out of bounds on the far right sideline. Another turnover for Artesia. That is number 17 turnovers in the game, and ugly numbers so far for Artesia, who only has 13 points on the scoreboard compared to 55 for Hobbs.
It seems like half of them are unforced, so yeah, they're definitely trying to force things at this point.
Hobbs basketball in the front court. Everhart sends it a high one over to the right wing to Zapata. Gets a double team pressure against the zone. Dribbles up top. Now her left of the circle with the one-hand bounce pass to Munoz. She'll drive to the left corner. WNBA 3 clinks off the front of the rim. Ball tipped around and pulled down in the right corner by Everhart. Her 18-footer off the front of the rim. Rebound in the left block for Artesia by Whitmire. Ball gets knocked off her knee out of bounds. They're going to say it was last touched by Everhart. But some good pressure coming in from the bench for the Lady Eagles, the freshman Everhart. Also has Zapata back there battling as well, the junior. High inbound in the middle of the paint, out of the backcourt to Padilla. Sends it to the far sideline to Whitmire. Crossover move, she'll bring it across the timeline on the Hobbs Eagle logo with under 2 minutes left here in the second. Hobbs by 42. Unloads to the right wing to Harvey. Harvey getting some double team pressure as Everhart comes out there to defend, as well as another player, Caitlin Munoz. They're going to call the reach foul on Hobbs. Munoz will get her second personal, 3rd team foul against the Lady Eagles. Clock stops at 1:50 left in the half. Inbounding going to be Harvey on the far right sideline. Throws it into the right corner to Harrison. Down to the right block and going up high with it and off the rim. It stayed on there for a few seconds. Whitmire couldn't get it to drop. Pulled down in transition by Zepeda. Into the front court and loads left corner to Everhart. Fadeaway three off the back of the rim, left corner. And knocks off to the free throw line. Picked up by Harvey, her first board. Clock to 1:30. Into the front court, a pass down the right side to Whitmire. Comes down the lane, tries to lean into the hoop. They're going to call the reach foul and hold before the shot. Charge of the Lady Eagles. That'll be their 14th foul. And they're going to call that a shooting foul. They'll call that against Carolina Seiss, her first personal. And now a whole new 5 checking in for Coach Carpenter, trying to keep some fresh legs on the court, Ron.
Exactly. No matter what's going on in the game, winning or losing, he's going to play it pretty much the same way. Get those players the experience they need.
Ashton Kraft inbounds to the right wing. A big three on the way and good for Carmen Harvey from the right side. Her first bucket of the ball game, 55-16. To the other end, Armitage, a right wing shot from 18 off the left rim. On the right block for the rebound, Kaylee Padilla, that's her third rebound. Outlet to the far right sideline, fumbled off the knee of Padilla as it will go out of bounds, but last touch by Hobbs. Looks like getting a piece of it was Bryn Hargrove. It'll be Artesia basketball on the far right sideline in the front court. 1:07 left before the half. Hobbs up 55-16. Inbound comes, close range to Whitmire on the right wing. Throws it down the lane to Padilla, trying to post up between two defenders for Hobbs, Cunningham and Armitage. They call it on Armitage. She kind of slaps her hand at the official. Better be careful about that. Didn't like the call. And for Armitage, that's just her first personal, but it's the 15th foul. So a double bonus for Artesia. Shooting 2 will be Padilla. She's perfect, 4 for 4. Not the one you want to see on the line. First one is up and good. All 5 of her points from the charity stripe. 55-17 now. Hobbs up by 38. So still 3 more than what they need for the mercy roll in the second half, but 1 more free throw coming for Padilla.
Exactly. Artesia still trying to keep this, well, not a close one, but at least out of mercy roll.
5-0 foul count here in the second quarter in favor of Artesia. In and out on the second free throw, her first miss. Ball loose in the deep right corner. Cunningham was trying to chase it down. Got in a little bit of a battle there, flicking at the basketball with Ashton Kraft. Looks like going to stay off Cunningham, but will be Artesia ball in the deep right corner, front court. Inbound comes to Padilla on the right wing. Drives the right block. Throws it in the paint. And getting a hand on it was Frederick. A fadeaway off the back of the rim, no good. Cunningham pulls it down for her 4th rebound. Out into the front court to Hargrove. Sends it to the left corner. Clay fakes a 3 on the left. Up top with a pass to Padilla. Correction, Mojica. Sends it over to Armitage for 3 on the right wing. It misses. A fadeaway on the left block for Cunningham. Can't get it to drop. And that's going to go back to Artesia on the rebound underneath by Padilla. Her 4th board. She'll go with the stop and go dribble. Bounce pass across to Harvey. Fumbles it away. Taken away by Mojica for turnover number 18. Up ahead to Clay. Goes up strong with a lean to the basket left block. And they're going to call the blocked foul on Artesia. Couldn't get it to drop off the rim. But a foul going to be against Kaylee Padilla. Her first team foul against Artesia. Kind of thought they were going to call Clay with putting that shoulder down and hitting hard. But they're going to say the defender wasn't set enough.
Exactly, and so, yeah, 1 more time for the line for Hobbs. Hasn't had too many shots on this one. With 24.2 seconds, going to use a little practice.
Free throw up and good for Clay. She's perfect, 4 for 4. That's her 10th point of the ball game. Lady Eagles now have 3 in double figures, and we're not even at the half yet. 1 more for Clay, who's perfect, 4 for 4. Make it 5 for 5 now with 11 points. 57-17, Hobbs up by 40 with 20 seconds left in the half. Using up the dribble on the far right sideline, the backcourt is Harvey. Throws a football throw up the sideline to Kraft. Gets it stripped, though, by Mojica. Turner number 19. Sends it ahead to Armitage. Saves it to herself on the baseline. Wraparound pass to the right block to Brett Clay. Ball in the lane. Shot by Clay off the back of the rim. No good. Long rebound, but instead of getting the shot off, driving all the distance but not getting off in time was Ashton Kraft as the buzzer sounds. That will end the first half of action. The Lady Eagles whipping Artesia 57-17, up by 40 at the half. We will take a 3-minute break, come back with a halftime show live on the Eagle 100.5, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everybody, to Hobbs Lady Eagle basketball right here at Tasker Arena, and we are living it as we are loving it. Hobbs Lady Eagles up 57-17 as we get to the start of the third quarter. We have a 9-game winning streak against Artesia. We're trying to make it 10 with a call. We've got Ty Friend.
And don't forget, also coming up tonight, the Hobbs boys will face Artesia, team that they beat by 15 in the City of Champions Artesia tournament a few weeks back. So that should be an exciting game, as Artesia, one of the best teams in 4A basketball. Of course, the Hobbs Eagles right now currently ranked at second in the Max Preps poll. And that game will be on our sister station, Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and of course YouTube, the Hobbs Sports page, as we'll give you that live action here at Tasker Arena. Artesia will have the basketball to start the third quarter, and the ricochet on the inbound. Hargrove gets a piece of it, and it goes off an Artesia leg. Already a turnover to start the third. That's the 20th of the ball game. That was an unforced error, Ron.
Exactly was, but nicely done, and quickly get on the offense.
Hobbs basketball, they had the mercy roll in effect, up by 40. 35 is the mercy roll, so a little cushion there. Hargrove is going to zigzag around top of the arc. Throws a bad pass to the right wing. It's picked off in midstream and taken to the act the other way with the backdoor pass. Missed, and a shot thrown up in the air and ricocheted off the backboard by Kaylee Padilla. Ball's taken down by Cunningham, and she goes to the other end and lays it in for two. Coast to coast that time. Cunningham with 6 rebounds and 10 points. Again, that was Artesia's 20th turnover. Shot from the free throw line off the back of the iron was taken by Jenna Whitmire. We got a rebound underneath foul, looks like, possibly against the Eagles.
Exactly. Double teamed, and she got the ball, tried to get it up instead, ended up getting the call, so she's going to be on the line for 2.
Failed to mention that steal for Artesia was Hattie Harrison. That was the second turnover for Hobbs. And now on the line, the free throw opportunities here for Artesia. They were 6 of 8 at the halftime margin, 75% on the line. Free throw up and good there for Avery Frederick, her first point of the ball game. Kaylee Padilla went 5 of 6 up to halftime, and Whitmire was 1 for 2. Frederick now 1 for 1 and 2 for 2. Got them both.
At least they'll take advantage of their cherry stripe points.
59-19, a 40-point lead for Hobbs. In the front court, Hargrove. Pass down the lane to Clay. Turner fires a J. In and out, no good from half the distance of the paint. And pulled down on the left block by Harrison, her second. Goes it ahead to the right side of the court to Padilla, front side. Tries to thread it down low, and it's taken away by Cunningham. And that will be the turnover number 21. Cunningham's going to drive the right side of the lane, lays it high off the glass and scores. Off to the races. Cunningham with 2 quick buckets here in the third quarter. Off a couple of steals, too. 12 points for Cunningham. She is now tied for first in scoring with Hargrove. 61-19, a 42-point lead. 43 was the biggest in the first half. Hobbs going to extend a 2-3 zone, it appears. At the timeline, coming across Carmen Harvey. Gives it off right wing to Harrison. Drives the lane, fakes a pass left. It goes to the rack. Head fake left, went to the rack right side and lays it in. She's keeping them alive, at least on the scoreboard a little bit. Hattie Harrison with 8. 61-21, a 40-point lead. In the front court, faking a 3 as the left wing, and then passing down the lane, Cunningham. Then the squat on Hargrove as she tried to lean to the hoop and throw it up there. Knocked out of bounds as it's hit hard by Jenna Whitmire. It'll be Hobbs basketball after the ricochet. Inbound quickly to Cunningham, and the paint goes up strong with one hand. Misses a tip shot over the iron. Pulled down for Artesia by Avery Frederick, her first board. Throws it to the time stripe to bring it across for Whitmire. Down the lane with the finger roll right side off the rim, no good. Pulled down underneath by Katie Goodwin, her first board as she checked in as a sub. Pass down to Clay. Left block, turnaround jumper on the double clutch is fouled. And she got kind of a fadeaway action there, but Clay will get some free throws out of this one.
And that's what we like to see. If you can't get the bucket or can't get the basket, at least draw the foul and get 2 more chances to get a point or 2.
Avery Frederick has picked up her second personal. First team foul for Artesia here in the third quarter, as Clay will be up to the line. Her first shot is rolling in and out. She had all of the free throw attempts for Hobbs in the first half. That is her first miss of the ball game. 5 of 6 from the charity stripe, but does have 11 points.
Too much spin on that one. Spun around and out of the rim. Try again.
One more shot for Clay is a swish. She's got 12. 6 of 7 from the line. 62-21, Eagles by 41. Stop and go dribble to the timeline. Passing across is Whitmire. And then gets it back from the right wing. Off the throw from Harvey. Double team with Armitage and Clay. Armitage gets a strip at the time stripe. Goes to the rack with a double clutch. Is hammered hard from behind. That was a payback block of the ball and the body. Jenna Whitmire Angry that Armitage stole it from her at the half stripe. That'll be the 22nd turnover and a steal for Armitage, and gets a couple of free throws as well. And on terms of fouls now, that's Jenna Whitmire's third personal, and going to be the second team foul here in the third quarter. Switch for Armitage. She's got 5 points. And Hobbs extends the lead to 42. Again, way ahead of the mercy rule numbers at 35 that you need to keep that clock running. Ron, this second half is going to go by like a whiz.
It is, and Armitage always around the ball. She disrupts the ball handler, and that's exactly what happened. It looked like both of them moved to the right and the ball moved to the left, and Armitage was there first for the interception.
Ball bounced around the rim on the second free throw and goes in as well. She's 2 for 2, has 6 points.
And she's subbed out now.
Mitchell Hobbs just shooting 66% from the line this season, but definitely going to make those numbers better with the stuff they're putting through in this game. It's now a 43-point lead, matching the biggest of the first half. Ball comes across the timeline to Brooklyn Thacker on the far left. Slides left to right off the dribble, tries to thread it to the free throw line to Padilla. It's stolen, almost stolen, I should say. Picked up and shot on the right block by Kirkendall, and the Lady Eagles get the rebound. Quickly in the front court with the dribble is Arely Navarro. She just barely checked in. Sends it down left corner. 3 on the way for Munoz. Off the back of the rim. Ball got pinballed around the paint, and we got a rebounding foul, looks like. Call that an Artesia for the push. They call that against Brooklyn Thacker, her first personal, third team foul, and it will be Hobbs basketball on the right baseline. Mojica gets it into the right wing. In the hands of Seiss. Dribbles up top. Bounce pass to the free throw line by Zepeda. Lost it ahead of her and taken away by Artesia, only the third turnover for Hobbs. Jumping up the near sideline and losing the ball is Kraft. Is able to recover across the time stripe. Hands it off right in front of her to Harvey, who gets it knocked out of her hands by Zepeda, but recovers again. Zepeda, one-man wrecking crew on that defense right now. And then a whistle on the baseline. Looks like Coach Candace Pollard wants to talk to the orange and white. And Ron, the Hobbs Lady Eagles, we've talked about this in the pregame show too. This is an opportunity for Coach Carpenter to really use many different subs out there and to get a lot of rotations. And boy, with a 43-point lead, Hobbs gets to do that a lot this season. And when you get to the playoffs, that is a big bonus.
Exactly is, and it just shows that they can play against anybody. We already knew that. They had a good time in Albuquerque, and they're probably going to go back in, possibly do the same thing. But right now, though, they're getting ready for district one step at a time, and of course they're getting in the playoffs, and they're kind of licking the wounds from last season. So definitely want to get the best players and the best performances out of each and every one of them in every single game, no matter what's going on.
Of course, Artesia not doing too badly in the 4A in terms of games they played before district starts. 5-2 record against 4A opponents. They were 3-8 against 5A. We mentioned they knocked off Alamogordo, Atrisco Heritage, and Gadsden in those 3 victories. Not against the top echelon of the 5A, but still a winning record in the 4A, and that's all that matters when district gets going. Currently ranked 15th in the Max Preps poll.
And then sometimes you just want to compete against the upper levels of the team, so that way you learn more, you grow faster, and by the time you get into district, you are a tougher, stronger team, and you can do better against your district opponents.
The Artesia played Roswell, Centennial, Carlsbad a couple of times, Clovis, and Los Lunas, several of those teams, of course, in the Hobbs district. It is Artesia basketball after the timeout. They pass it to the right wing. In the hands of Padilla, cross court left, driving hard baseline. Thacker lost the ball in the paint, picked up by Kirkendall, sends it to the right block. A fadeaway one-hander by Padilla off the mark, no good. And pulled down by the Lady Eagles by Seiss. Seiss will throw it ahead to the left corner, wide open for a tray. Munoz for 3 and nails it right over the defender on that beautiful shot by Caselin. That's her second tray. She's got 8 points. That'll be the 8th tray for the Eagles in this one, up by 46. A shot from the free throw line at the other end by Kraft off the back of the rim. Chased down on the left wing for the rebound by Thacker. Kick it up top, faking a Trace Padilla, drives the lane, goes back door, a high one to Grayson Kirkendall, lays it over the left rim and scores her first bucket, the freshman. 67-23, Hobbs quickly in the front court. Down the lane, hippity hop is Zepeda. Kick out right corner, a 3 on the way, and right through the rim in the net for Mojica. Her 3rd tray of the game, that's 9 points all on trays, and the night 3-pointer for the Lady Eagles, shooting the lights out from the outside.
Exactly, and they're loving to do it. Like Coach Carpenter has said, hey, if you got the shot, take it.
47-point lead, 70-23 Hobbs. Mercy Rule clock is going. Ball's loose at the top of the arc on a bad pass. Mojica steals. Turner number 23 up ahead to Munoz going to the hoop. She tries to scoop and gets hit in the back as she goes up. They call the foul, and that kind of jolt forward made the ball come up underneath the rim, but she'll get 2 free throws. and Kraft will get the foul. That is her first personal, 14th foul. And hopefully she'll get a chance to shoot these before the clock expires, because they do run the clock during free throws now, both the first and second one. First of the one's going to go up and good. She's got 9 points. First free throw of the game for her. They got a sub coming in. I think it's going to expire before she's going to get the ball back.
Looks
Avery
like
Frederick checks in for Artesia, and the clock does expire. They'll just move everybody else off the court, and Munoz will get a chance to finish up this quarter and try to give the Lady Eagles a 49-point lead, almost half-century mark here in just lead alone.
Exactly, and most teams would kill just to have this in one game, let alone 3 quarters.
And she makes her second as well. That will end the third with 10 points for Munoz, and the Lady Eagles again up by 49, 72-23 over Artesia. Back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Lady Eagle Network. Hobbs Lady Eagles with a mercy roll. Big lead here in the fourth quarter, 72-23. Lady Eagles trying to thread it down low. It's off the legs of Munoz, but picked up for the Lady Eagles in the right corner by Mojica. She sends it into the paint, and a shot on the way and good for Zepeda near the free throw line. That's going to be her 12th point of the contest, 74-23. It's a 51-point lead. Coming down the lane, a runner shot on the way for Padilla off the back of the rim. Rebound by Mojica. She'll send it ahead with a football throw, but overthrows Kason Munoz to the other baseline, out of bounds on the right side. Turnover number 4 for the Lady Eagles. Again, the turnover margin, 23-4. 19 more turnovers, though, for Artesia, and thus the scoreboard the way it is right now by 51.
Definitely makes a big difference, especially when you take advantage of it and make the most of your shots.
Of course, in football, 50 lead is game over, not in basketball. Driving the lane, a double clutch on the right block for Kraft, misses, put back up. Underneath the hoop, off the mark by Frederick. It rolls out on the right baseline. It'll be Hobbs basketball. Again, the clock's running here in the fourth quarter. Hobbs trying to get their 19th win of the season. Currently at 18-1, number 1 in the Max Preps poll. Only team behind him is Sandia at that second spot. And, of course, they beat Hobbs by 5 to start the season, but that was a long time ago in November. Top of the arc. Mojica dish off to the right wing to Zepeda. To the right corner, give off to Size. One-hand bounce pass back to the timeline to Mojica. Slides left with the dribble against the 2-3 zone. Back to Zepeda on the left wing. Touch pass left corner to Size. Her 3 off the back of the rim. Tipped up in the air and pulled down underneath the hoop by Frederick, her 3rd board. Her pass deflected on the near side. Good hands by Zepeda, but picked up. And a dribble coming across the timeline by Padilla. Going to slow it down on the near sideline. Close guard by Munoz. Unloads the ball to the time stripe to Thacker. Sends it to the free throw line to Frederick. Kick it right wing on a 3-shot by Kraft off the back of the iron. Sice with the rebound for the Lady Eagles, her second. Throws it ahead to Mojica in the right corner front court. Up top to Sice. Touch pass left corner. Munoz to throw up a 3 off the back of the rim. Rebound on the right block is Mojica. That's her second board. Back to Zepeda on the right wing. She's going to do a little jab step against the defensive Thacker. Bounce pass to the left wing to Munoz. Kicks it down to the left corner to Navarro. Back deep to Zepeda. Zepeda gets that zone, drives into the double defenders to the right block. Kick out right corner to Navarro. To the right wing to Mojica. Back door to Sice on the left side. Tries to hand it off in the paint to Navarro. Fumbled it. Picked up top by Mojica. Throws a bad one down the lane, and it's taken away for Artesia's Padilla. That's the 5th Eagle turnover. She'll go to the rack to the other end and score over the top high. As the defender got in her face, Navarro, she threw it off the glass right side and puts it through. Padilla with 7. 5:06 remaining in the game as trying to drive the lane was Mojica, and there's a whistle at the free throw line. Looks like might have been a reach foul there. No, they call that Who they call that against? It looks like against Brooklyn Thacker. That's her second. And that'll be the first team foul here in the fourth quarter for Artesia. But this one's pretty much in the books, Ron, as Hobbs just going to get some subs on the court.
Exactly. With 4:44 to go, and this thing is going to go quick. You're right about that.
And one of the subs gets the inbound on the right block. Underneath the hoop, Katie Godwin. She tries to go up on two defenders, got sandwiched there. They're going to call the jump ball, but the arrow's going to be for the Lady Eagles. Back to the right baseline. Inbound to the right block, a fadeaway, little push shot. Pushed backwards, though, Elena Bolton. And she got fouled. Came short of the back rim there, but she'll get a couple of free throws. Hobbs hasn't had many people on the line. Kason Munoz, 2 for 2. Brett Clay was a dominant free throw shooter most of this game. She went 6 of 7 up to this point. And now Bolton's first opportunity is good. Her first point of the ball game as she comes off the bench here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's good to see the girls are able to hit their free throws. They don't get very many opportunities, so they have to make the most of them when they can.
Yeah, Bolton 44% this season, but misses her second there. Chased down, though, in the right corner by Armitage, her fourth board. Throws it down the lane. Shot taken by Munoz. No good. Off the rim, and her long rebound coming down the other side of the court by Padilla, her fifth board. She goes to the rack. Double clutch on the right, scores. Padilla now with 9 points. She's the top scorer for Artesia on that bucket. Hobbs still up by 48. Into the front court, underneath the hoop, Armitage tries a wraparound pass right to left on the baseline, up underneath the hoop that time, and tried to sling it down to the left corner to Corelli Rivera, who had just checked in, the freshman. They called the slap foul on Artesia, and that was Hattie Harrison's first, second team foul. Lady Eagles will have it on the right baseline. Inbounding is Everhart. Bounces underneath the hoop to Armitage, underneath from right to left on the little reverse, and scores off the left glass. Nobody picking her up at all. That's her 8th point of the ball game.
Exactly. Could have had a hand on her face, would have made it a bit of a difficult shot, but instead uncontested.
50-point lead for the Lady Eagles. Biggest of the game in the front court. Ball got knocked out of the hands on the right wing of Hattie Harrison by Armitage. Picked up. Right elbow, driving the lane is Padilla. She goes up strong and scores off the glass shot. She's got 6 points here in the fourth, 11 overall. 77-29. Hobbs up still by 48. On the right wing is Everhart, sails a pass high in the air to Rivera at the top of the arc, gives it back to Everhart right side, and back to the time stripe to her teammate. To the right elbow with the pivot is Elena Bolton, turns and fires a J off the back of the rim. We got a rebounding foul underneath. Everhart was going up against the big girl for Artesia, crashing into her. Peyton Barela, not sure they called the foul on there, though. I think it's going to go against Artesia, possibly.
Looks like it as Hobbs is on the line to shoot 2.
So that will be the third team foul on Artesia, and the shot is off the back of the rim. As they called that, I thought that was on the rebounding. It's not going to be because that was a shot foul there because we don't have 5 fouls on Artesia. They called that one against Saley Greer, her first. First miss there for Katie Godwin. She'll get one more. Kind of a delayed whistle on that. I thought they were calling it on the rebound, but instead it was actually on the shot.
Yeah, it may have been just a little bit of confusion, but got their act together and was able to figure out what it was.
Misses both free throws. The second off the back of the rim, but a rebound deep right corner by Rivera. Pass up top, and there's a 3 on the way and good. Or maybe just on the line. They look like they call that one. Everhart hits her first bucket of the ball game. They're going to call that a 2-shot on the score there. 79-29, 50-point lead once again with 1:25 remaining. Hobbs over Artesia into the front court. With the dribble is Padilla on the right wing. Misses the shot. Going back up behind her on the right block is Graceland Kuykendall, the freshman post. She got fouled, hammered from behind. Her first rebound. They're going to call Godwin, the lady that just shot at the other end, is going to cause a foul there. That just the first foul against the Lady Eagles here in the fourth quarter. And on the line will be Kuykendall, yet to shoot a free throw, and hits the first one off the front of the rim. No good.
Last time Artesia scored under 29 points was just a few weeks ago against Los Lunas. They scored 17. Los Lunas had 49.
Los Lunas, again, I believe 5th in the Max Preps poll this week. Second shot up and swish. 1 of 2 on the line that time. As putting it through was Kuykendall with 3 points now. 79-30, a 49-point lead, a strip. Shake and bake for Everhart, got it stolen, taken to the rack on the right wing. Whitmire goes all the way, misses the shot, and Everhart there to get the rebound, her second. That was the Lady Eagles' 6th turnover. Pass down the lane, missing the righty layup was Bolton. Battle for the boards. We got a tie-up underneath the hoop on the right baseline. The arrow's going to go for Artesia on the jump ball. Clock down to 12 seconds left. W in the books for the Lady Eagles, up by 49. Artesia with the basketball. One last play. Coming across the timeline is Whitmire. Crossover move, the right wing. 3 seconds. Trying to post up. Kirkendall on the right block. Ball tipped back out, and a three on the way, but misses off the side of the backboard for Jenna Whitmire. Game over here at Tasker Arena. The Hobbs Lady Eagles win 79-30, a 49-point victory on the home court to run their record to 19-1. Artesia drops to 8-11. We'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Lady Eagles post-game show live on the Eagle 100.5, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Back live here at Tasker Arena, your Hobbs Lady Eagles victorious tonight. Mercy Roll fashion over Artesia, 79-30, winning by 49 points. Biggest lead was 50 in the second half, and the Hobbs Lady Eagles now 19-1 on the season. Artesia drops to 8-11. That was the final pre-district game for the Lady Eagles. Of course, they will open up district next Tuesday at Roswell. But first, let's take a look at the numbers in this game. First for Artesia, they get one in double figures. Kaylee Padilla, she had 11 points and was 5 of 6 from the charity stripe. Had 6 points in the third quarter. and 5 rebounds. Hattie Harrison, second leading scorer with 8 points, 2 rebounds. It was Carmen Harvey hitting the only three-pointer for Artesia. She had 3 points and a board. Grayson Kirkendall ended up with 3 points, went 1 of 2 from the charity stripe. Avery Frederick, perfect on the line, 2 for 2 for 2 points. Jenna Whitmire, very low-producing game. She's usually one of their top scorers in double digits. Tonight was just 1 of 2 from the line for 1 point. The Hobbs Lady Eagles completely kept her under wrap in this ball game. Ashton Kraft with 1 bucket for 2 points. We should mention Whitmire had 2 rebounds and Kraft with 1 board. So that's the big difference in this game. We mentioned Whitmire being pretty much one of their go-to scorers. 1 point off a free throw tonight.
Exactly, just could not get into the rhythm at all, and probably couldn't even get the ball at some points. Was either going to be taken away, stolen, or something. But always with the Hobbs Eagles, it is always something they stifle your offense.
Only 7 scorers in this game, and quite a few of those ladies just getting either just 1 bucket and a free throw or not much more than that. Artesia 9 of 12 from the charity stripe, 75% on the line. They had 18 rebounds in the game, which was less than the Lady Eagles' 28, so 10 more boards for Hobbs. Top glass work from Kaylee Padilla with 5, and 3 for Avery Frederick. Biggest difference in this game, besides the ugly scoreboard, was the turnovers. 23 for Artesia, a majority of those at halftime, where they had 19, and then the Hobbs only was 6. So that's we talked about this in the pregame as well. I mean, once you start seeing the pressure, the trap defense that Hobbs likes to put on, you saw a lot of deflected passes near half court. They went to transition game, and then the points just keep adding up, and by the time you know it, you're past the 35 mercy rule.
Exactly, and when you play smart, that's exactly what happened. And of those turnovers, there was only 4 steals, and those were all in the second half for the Lady Bulldogs. So they were trying to get back into it, of course. When you got the third team in there, it's not that difficult to do, but they still play well, the Hobbs Lady Eagles do, and that's the reason why sometimes they feel very comfortable, but especially with a big lead like that, to get everybody in there, to get all that experience as much as you can.
Hobbs Lady Eagles end up with some big-time double-digit scoring in this game. 5 players get the double digits. Madison Zepeda with 12 points. She hit 2 trays and had a rebound. Brett Clay finished with 12 points. She had 7 boards and went 6 of 7 from the charity stripe, was 5 for 5 at 1 point. 12 points for Brent Hargrove, 1 3-pointer, actually, 2 3-pointers in the ball game, and 1 rebound. Kendall Cunningham had 12 points and 6 boards as well, all on 2-point baskets. And another double-digit scorer in Kaysen Muñez. She had 10 points, including 2 trays and 2 for 2 on the line. So Lady Eagles definitely shooting the lights out from the outside. 9 trays in this game, Ron, and several players with a couple apiece. And talking about Zepeda and Hargrove and Muñez, I mean, a lot of these girls doing a great job of following through on their shots.
Exactly. Zepeda had 3 steals in the game, as well as Armitage, who had 4. She also had 2 assists for Armitage. You know, you can just go down the line and be able to say they had steals, they had blocks. Cunningham had a block as well early in the game. And just all kinds of things you could say about this team that is definitely cool about seeing how they play so well as a team. They've been around for so long, juniors last year, seniors this year, and they even got a lot of great juniors that are coming next year. So they're always going to be ahead of the game as far as talent.
Free throw shooting, one of the better numbers this season, 11 of 15 for 73%. We did mention the rebounding difference, 28 to 18, 10 more for Hobbs in this one. Brett Clay, the leader, with 7, 6 for Kendall Cunningham, and 4 for Aliana Armitage. Again, the turnovers much less for Hobbs, 6 compared to 23, 17 more for their opponent in this one. So final score, once again, 79 to 30. Hobbs Lady Eagles winning by 49 as Coach Carpenter gets the Lady Eagles to a 19-1 record heading into next week's game Tuesday night in Roswell. Of course, the Coyotes, they played this this Artesia team earlier this season. And Roswell winning that game by 20 points. So they're ranked 12th in the state right now in the Max Preps Bowl. Also played, I believe, Roswell another time earlier in the season. But Roswell currently at 13-6 on the season. They have a game against Portales tomorrow, so have 1 more before taking on Artesia. And we know Roswell as the team that, or the school that Coach Carpenter used to be at for several years, had a state championship there. Kind of dropped off, though, the last couple of years, but they're still ranked in the top 15 in the state. And, of course, that's going to be the next opponent for Hobbs. That's going to be a tough one for Roswell to host.
It is, because a 16-game winning streak is what you're looking at against the Hobbs Eagles for the Roswell Coyotes. They have lost 16 straight games. In fact, 30-11 is what they go back for the last 41 games. So Roswell struggles against Hobbs. Of course, that was even with the coaching change where the old Roswell coach used to lose a couple of times. Now he's back over here towards the Hobbs side, and so he's been doing nothing but winning on his side.
Yeah, I guarantee you the winning streak is since he's been here, not when he was at Roswell when the last win happened. But regardless, that's going to be an exciting matchup. That will be on the road. That will be on the Eagle 100.5, the same channel you're listening to right now on the radio, HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Again, 79-30 the final. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles victorious. Like to thank Evie back at the station. And, of course, Ron Gunner, myself, Ty Friend. Just a reminder, Hobbs boys basketball coming up on our sister station, Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube on the internet as well. So you want to see those Hobbs Eagles taking on Artesia? That's next. Have a great night out there, and we'll be switching over stations here momentarily. Welcome back. It's Task Arena basketball, the boys action. Number 2 of the doubleheaders. Your Hobbs Eagles take on Artesia. Ty Friend, Ron Gunner, And Manuel back at the station as your Eagles coming into this last game of a pre-district schedule against a squad of the 4A that they played in the Artesia Tournament Championship, the City of Champions tournament a few weeks back. It seems like about a year ago that happened.
Yeah.
But, of course, Eagles winning that in double-digit fashion in the championship game. This is the second matchup, the regular season matchup past the tournament. But Hobbs Eagles definitely want to duplicate that situation. Kind of hurting a little bit after that loss that they had with Cleveland up there with the double-digit loss. Hobbs was leading in that game, but fourth quarter kind of fell apart, and that was a win for the Storm to even up the series 1-1 against that squad.
And that's one of the things that both teams can relate to. In fact, actually, Cleveland beat Artesia here. Same situation. They had to come from behind, be able to beat Artesia. And, same thing happened to Hobbs. But that was in Cleveland. It was one of those situations where you couldn't help it. Cleveland just came back strong in the fourth quarter, took on control of the game, and next thing you know, Hobbs is looking down at a deficit, trying to get back into it, and just could not get into it. But they played very well, I thought, throughout the whole game, and just lost it by just inches.
84-75, Cleveland got the win up there, but the big problem was Remy Albrecht. 46 points in that game. That was a school record for scoring all over the place on the court. 13 for 14 on the free throw line, 5 trays. You can't let one guy take everybody on his back and put that many points on the scoreboard. In fact, one other guy in double digits, A.J. Vigil with 12. He had 4 trays too, and 13 trays converted for Cleveland. That means perimeter defense a little suspect in that game.
Yeah, not only that, but it was also Cleveland's highest scoring game of the season. Didn't want to see that, wanted to slow down Bright, but instead he was fueled and going strong, and hopefully that won't happen again anytime soon for Hobbs. But that's the reason why you play these games, is because you never know what's going to happen until you play.
Another big discrepancy was the free throw shooting. Of course, Cleveland was 21 of 26 for 80%, 26 free throw attempts. Hobbs 4 for 5. Not bad percent, 80, yeah. But there again, 21 less turnover attempts. That tends to be kind of the trend we're seeing when we go up to the northern squads. A lot of hand check fouls that kind of cost you. And man, now with the 5-foul double bonus, a lot more free throws earlier in games than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and Cleveland definitely benefited for that as well. As Hobbs, if they would have limited them to their even half, would have been just enough to be able to get that victory. But instead, it was too many fouls against Hobbs and too many trips to the line for Cleveland, and that just assured that they were able to get the lead and keep it.
And we saw limiting of turnovers in prior games to that, the last 2 or 3 prior to the Cleveland game. Hobbs went back up to 18 again, which is about 4 more than their normal turnover numbers. You don't want to have teens at all, but 18 against one of the top teams in the state who's ranked 5th in the state in Cleveland kind of hurt them towards the end there. 18 turnovers compared to 10 for Cleveland. Hobbs did get some scoring in the game, of course, double digits. Parker Henderson got a double-double in that game, 19 points and 10 rebounds. So we're starting to see him emerge more as a go-to guy that's not afraid to go up and put the ball up. Still have a little bit of issues on some tips once in a while, but still teams are starting to realize that he is a force to be reckoned with inside. He was not the leading scorer, though. Jairus Turbiatis had 20 points and 10 rebounds. So they both had double digits and double-doubles in that ball game. Jairus Turbiatis is a guy you can always rely on. He's not going to lay down on the court when the team is down or the lead starts changing. He's going to continue to move. And, again, you really like to have him in your huddle because he's kind of a gel for this squad.
Not only is he gel, but he's also the speedster. I like to call him Flash because he gets everywhere quickly, and he also puts his body on the line. He can go out for a ball. He can dive for it. He does anything and everything he has to, even jump up. But, yeah, Henderson and Turbiatis are the 2 main reasons why we got a lot of rebounds.
So both of them double-doubles that combined for 39 points and 20 rebounds in that game. Also, other double scorers, Abraham Payne had 12 points. Kind of a quiet game for him. Had a tray and a free throw. And then also Peyton Hodge went for 10 points, too. So 4 in double figures. Still a loss for the Hobbs Eagles to drop them down to the record of 16-3. And so that's kind of a lump in their throat a little bit, but they're going to come back against Artesia and show something to the home crowd here. I should mention, too, sophomore Trey Hutchings no longer on the squad this year, so They're going to be missing him in terms of rebounds. He had a game of 3 trays, too, recently, so unfortunately he's not on the squad. Now the opponent playing Artesia in this game, of course, the Eagles beat them by 16 back on December 7th, the championship championship of the Artesia City of Champions tournament, 81-65 that game. Eagles winning by double digits. They had some big-time production from Abraham Pena. He had 30 points in the contest, 7 of 8 from the free throw line, and 3 3-pointers. He was on fire there, and we were playing in the old gym in Artesia and lit it up in there as well.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a hot box in there, but yeah, definitely because of a throwback, the 30-year championship reign. They were celebrating that one from 1995, so yeah, it was a nice one, but again, it could have been a lot nicer in the other gym. However, you know, sometimes you feel nostalgic and you just want to go for the old kind of feel.
Other scoring, Peyton Hodge had 15 in that game, and Jairus Turbiatis close to a double-double, 12 points and 9 rebounds, 1 board away from the double-double, and he's been flirting with that all season long in a lot of games. He's had a couple under his belt so far, but just there's a sprinkling of games. He could have had one more board, and he would have been in the driver's seat there as well. So Hobbs got 6 trays in the contest. We're out-rebounded by Artesia, though, 33-29. They got some guys that'll crash. You got to remember, too, Artesia was just barely a few games into their season. They had football championship game, and then they played their tournament to start the season in basketball. That was their 3rd game of the season. And the guy that was really doing dominance for him, Braylon Vega, of course, former Hobbs Eagle, down there for 2 more seasons for Artesia, 18 points, 6 for 6 on the line, and had a couple of trays. He's going to come back tonight and play here on his old Tasker floor, and I'm sure he's going to be all pumped and ready to go for this one.
Exactly, he will be. And yeah, he's been playing very well. He's very happy to be over in Artesia this year and making the most of it. But they played well against Roswell. They had to come back. It was a 23-9 first quarter in the Roswell game the other day, but they came back, got it to a 2-point, almost got it in the third quarter, lost it a little bit in the fourth quarter, and ended up with a 59-57 loss. So they played them as tough as they could without winning that game, and we're expecting to see a similar situation with Roswell, with Artesia right here as they're playing your Hobbs Eagles.
Charlie Campbell, 6'3" guard. He had 13 points, 4 rebounds for Artesia, and Trent Eglin had 12 points and 5 boards. So several guys, 3 in double figures scoring for them. Their biggest downfall, though, was turnovers. Artesia had 31 against the Eagles. Hobbs way lower than that with only 12, so 19 more turnovers for Artesia, and it just started to unravel there as it headed towards the fourth quarter, and Coach Mondragon was just beside himself. He didn't know how to stop the bleeding at that point because Hobbs just continued to put pressure on, and the ball keeps squirting out, and then layups for Hobbs, and they just continued to dominate at the end of that ball game to put the W in the books.
Yeah, exactly. The full court press, the old school Hobbs Eagles strategy and tradition to be able to get in there and work the ball away. Of course, they did, and once you do that, you got your fast break points, and of course, that will get your lead from a single digit to a double digit in minutes.
Cleveland beat Artesia by 3 points a few weeks ago, 58-55, 3-point win for Cleveland. Of course, the Eagles lost by double digits, but Artesia did get some people in the double-digit column. Campbell had 16 points to lead the squad, Eglin with 10, and Braylon Vega with 9. Did not get a three-pointer in that ball game. In fact, the team only hit 1 tray in the whole contest, Ron, which that's pretty low numbers. There's some teams that don't like to shoot trays, but you don't really hear that many teams only get 1 3, although the Artesia girls just got 1 3 against Hobbs girls and got blown out by big-time 40-some points. But anyway, they held tough with Cleveland in that contest, but they let Cleveland hit 8 3-pointers, kind of what Cleveland did to us in that game on Saturday. They stroked the tray from the outside for 13 total.
Exactly. So between the 3 and the free throws, it was just killing Hobbs. They were driving the lane, be able to get inside, but they weren't drawing the fouls. I would like to see Hobbs get back into the situation of being able to throw free throws, get in the foul situation, and definitely help their cause.
You mentioned that Roswell game a few nights ago. Roswell won that 59-57, as you mentioned. Top scorer for Artesia, Braylon Vega, 14 points, no trays in that game, and so there's games he's going to score even without the big shots outside. Kincaid had 12 points, and Campbell had 12 points, so there you got 3 in double figures. Another game where they only got 1 3-pointer converted, so they're not really going to live and die from the outside like that.
Exactly, and that's what a lot of teams do, especially in the third and fourth quarters. They come out and try to shoot threes to get back in the game, and usually it's either live or die, as you say.
And then the other game, too, was Carlsbad. We'll get to that one in just a second. Get ready for the national anthem here at Task Arena. The Hobbs Eagles versus Artesia next on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Back here at Task Arena, the Hobbs Eagle fight song going on right now as the Eagles playing their final pre-district game of the season. They'll start next week here at home against Roswell. We'll talk about that later in this game, but it's Artesia tonight, a team they beat by 16 in the City of Champions tournament in Artesia a couple of weeks back, December 7th. Look at the starters first for the Artesia Bulldogs. Charlie Campbell, 6'3" junior. Braylon Vega, former Hobbs Eagle. Trent Eglin, 6'4" junior. Cal Hotling, a 6'2" junior, and Clay Kincaid, one of their taller kids, at 6'8", a junior. For your Hobbs Eagles, the starting lineup remaining pretty much the same as we've seen this season. Braddock Beatty, who leads with 4.3 points a contest and 2 rebounds a game, also has 9 3-pointers. Parker Henderson, who is averaging 9 points a game, second leading rebounder, close to 7 boards a contest. Peyton Hodge, who's averaging 9.3 points a game, also pulling down 2.3 rebounds a contest, and is one of the top 3-point shooters on the squad with 12. Abraham Pena, the top scorer, 15.6 points a game. He is getting 3.4 rebounds, also leading the team in 3-point shots with 33 on the season, and the best free throw shooter at 86%. Last but not least, Jairus Turbiatis. He has got 10.4 points a game, the leading rebounder at 7.7. And I think the most interesting thing about Mr. Turbiatis is he's one of the tops in terms of 3-point shots. He's a big man, but he can shoot from the outside.
Here's the thing. He's selective with his shots. He's very smart about them, and he knows when he can make it and when he doesn't. So when he doesn't have that shot, he passes it around or drives the lane to get inside to draw the foul.
Hobbs Eagles are shooting 62% from the free throw line this season. Their opponents at 66%. In terms of rebounding, Hobbs still in the lead as they have 8.8 more rebounds a game than their opponents. They average about 32.5 a game and giving up about 24 rebounds. So definitely on top of their game in terms of the glass so far. The Hobbs Eagles, in terms of points, are currently sitting at 67.7 a contest compared to 52.3 for their opponents. So definitely dominating in terms of scoring, about 15 points more a game than who they played so far. And again, they're ranked second in the Max Preps Bowl. They're not playing cupcakes this season. Metro tournament, of course, one loss there. They won the Artesia tournament. So, I mean, there's a lot of good competition they played. Turnovers, averaging 14.7 a game, and they are getting 2.5 turnovers less than their opponent. Now, that game against Cleveland went back up to 18, but on the typical basis, they've been doing a better job of taking care of the basketball and causing turnovers for the other team.
Yeah, the only thing they're not doing right so far is just maintaining those fouls. Hard to do, though, when you're trying to be aggressive. Sometimes you get called on those, but you do not want to get the other team in a bonus, and that's exactly what they need to do. If they don't do that, or if they do that, if they keep the Bulldogs at a bonus, that will help get this victory for the Hobbs Eagles.
Artesia Bulldogs come in at number 3 in their Max Preps poll in the 4A. They are behind number 1 St. Pius and Espanola Valley. They're having a little ceremony going on in the court right now. Of course, the Hobbs Eagles come in at number 2 in the Max Preps poll. Volcano Vista, the team that beat the Eagles, although Hobbs was up by double digits in that game at the Metro tournament. They're at 15-2, Volcano Vista. Hobbs at 16-3. Of course, Sandia, Cleveland, Roswell, Cibola, and Oregon Mountain round out the top 7. Hobbs has picked off 4 teams out of the top 10 in the Max Preps poll, and so they definitely can do some good things. Cleveland, Oregon Mountain, Rio Rancho, and West Mesa. It was actually number 11, but close enough.
We weren't sure how the team would react to Coach Ross. We know now that they're playing their best.
Going to be big man Parker Henderson as he'll jump up against Clay Kincaid. Henderson at 7 foot, Kincaid at 6'8", so about a 4-inch differential here. White uniforms for the Eagles, black for Artesia. The tip in the backcourt, good for Henderson. It's going to go in the hands of Pena. Throws it up to Henderson in the right wing. Over to the left side of Turbiatis, left wide open for a tray, decides not to shoot it. Hand off and set up top to Pena. He'll back it out to the timeline. Gets a screen from Turbiatis. Fakes a shot, then decides to shoot anyway. Fadeaway jumper outside the right elbow, the free throw line, and nails it. Got the defender up in the air that time, made him pay with the bucket. But a long pass for Artesia. They're going to go to the other rack. Campbell with a double clutch over the front of the rim coming down the paint. He scores as well with a little head fake action. We're tied at 2. Looks like already a track meet, Ron.
Exactly, and Hobbs just needs to get on the horse and keep up.
Into the front court comes Pena. Alley-oop back door, trying to get Henderson. Throws it behind the hoop, though. Looks like it was touched by Artesia, trying to block away the pass, Clay Kincaid. But Hobbs been going a lot more to Henderson in the paint. They kind of shied away from that early season, but they're starting to get their big man involved in the offense.
I think they were working on it, got the formula down.
Beatty's going to fire the pass, and it gets ricocheted back to Pena, left wing for three off the front of the rim, no good. Everybody chasing the ball, and it looks like Hodge was trying to get a grip on it, gets knocked out as it goes off his hand on the left baseline. Boy, a lot of shaved heads out there today. Don't even recognize that Braddock Beatty, as he got a headband on too. I had to kind of look twice to make sure that was him. Passing the backcourt to Eglin, throws it to the timeline, open, and catching the ball is Hotling. Cross court left to Vega. The former Hobbs Eagle misses the tray on the left side, but pipped back up on the right block by Trent Eglin for the bucket. The Hobbs Eagle student section was jeering as the three was missed by the former Eagle Vega. 4-2 though, Artesia on that putback by Eglin. Into the front court, top of the arc is Hodge. Dribbles left and hands it off to Beatty. He'll come around the right circle, hand off to Pena. Bounce pass back deep. Henderson goes to the rack, tries to lay it up strong on the right side of the rim. They call the body foul. Ball clinks off the iron, but he'll get 2 free throws to get on that line for the first time. Henderson shooting a total of 60% so far this season on the average. Again, he's averaging 9 points a game, though.
Double teamed, and Clay Kincaid is the one that draws the foul and puts Henderson on the line.
First foul for Artesia. First free throw good for Henderson, getting himself in the book already. Again, he was double-double with his teammate Termiatis against Cleveland, although it was a loss. That's how kind of crazy things go in 5A basketball. Of course, Cleveland, though, 5th ranked in the Max Preps poll. They're nothing to sneeze at. Second shot for Henderson is up and good, a switch. He's got 2 points. Tied up at 4. Seesaw battle so far here at Tasker. Inbound to the deep right corner of the backcourt to Hotling. Goes it back to the baseline, to Eglin, to the near sideline left to Campbell. Bounce it across to Vega, coming down the lane, puts on the brakes, fade away from the free throw line on the J, no good. Ripped down by Parker Henderson. The Hobbs student section again getting loud on that miss by Vega. Up ahead to Pena on the left wing. Screen, double screen from Henderson and Termiatis. Dribbles the right elbow, fade shot, gets knocked to the floor, no foul call, but the ball goes through the hoop for Pena, his second bucket. Remember, he had 30 against Artesia at the big tournament there in Bulldog Land.
Exactly, and looking so far good as that one found the bottom of the net.
Inbound was knocked out of bounds on the far right sideline, retained by Artesia. The second inbound to backcourt, deep to Hotling. Gets it to the timeline to Vega, slides it up the near left sideline to Campbell. Spins in the paint off the dribble, dumps it left baseline to Kincaid. Fade away off the side of the rim. Underneath is Termiatis to rip it down for his first board. He'll dribble into the front court. To the top of the arc, he's going to fire up the NBA 3 off the back of the rim. Artesia going to crash, and pulling it down underneath the hoop was Kincaid. He bounced into Vega that time, was able to pull it away. Bad pass up court on the transition to Campbell. Sails it ahead of Campbell on the far right sideline, out of bounds in the front court for the first Bulldog turnover.
Usually Termiatis waits for the offense to get over there for a rebound, but this time around it looked like he saw something he liked and pulled the trigger.
Artesia's going to match up in the front court on the defense. Bounce pass to Beatty for the Eagles on the left wing as he's guarded by Vega. Comes across the free throw line on the dribble. Termiatis right wing. His 3 is in and out, no good. Chased down in the left corner by Hodge. Comes down the lane. Wraparound pass is deflected. Vega picks it off. The Eagles' first turnover. Vega comes down the lane on a hippity-hop move and then a foul. So that will be going to be charged to Beatty. His first personal, first team foul against the Eagles. And Artesia will get it on the right baseline underneath their hoop. Inbounding will be Campbell. Goes it back door, trying for a layup. It's Hotling, gets rejected by Termiatis and put back over the front of the rim. Or do they call the rebounding foul there?
No, they called a rebounding foul before the shot was even put up.
That was Charlie Campbell was going up strong with it, so that's going to be waved off. I don't see any fouls going up on the scoreboard there. I'm not sure what happened on that play, but still, it's a no bucket for Artesia. Termiatis gets a pass down the left side of the lane, misses a little shot put action on the left glass, pulled down by Campbell for Artesia. In the front corner of the right elbow, puts on the brakes, tries to send it down to the right baseline, and Kincaid gets deflected, picked up by Kincaid. To the right wing to Vega, fakes a 3, drives to the right corner, head fake, fade away, 18-footer off the side of the rim, no good. Another rip down by Henderson on the right baseline. Throws it ahead to Peyton Hodge. Crossover move in the lane, throws a lean shot towards the hoop, coming down the paint and is fouled. Eagle fans are oohing and on as he went around his defender like hot butter that time as they get the foul on Hotling. That's his first. It'll be the second Bulldog team foul.
Yeah, that was a nice hippity hop to the basket, but just couldn't make it happen. However, he did draw the foul.
Hodge's first free throw is a swish, get himself in the book, his first point of the ball game. Peyton Hodge shooting 52% on the season, but now he's 11 of 20, so that'll move up just a few digits on that percentage number. 7-4 Eagles by 3. Second shot for Hodge is a switch. He's got 2 points. Eagles are 4 for 4 from the charity stripe and have a 4-point lead here with 4:45 left first quarter. Long pass up the near sideline to break the pressure. Vega sends it down left corner to Campbell. Fade away 18-footer in and out, no good. Tipped up in the air by Turbiatis. Rips it down in the middle of the paint. He's going to take off with the dribble, his second board. Gives it off to Pena front court on the right wing. Now it's going to be a 2-3 zone. Screen up top from Parker Henderson. Pena drives the lane, reverse layup from right to left and scores off the glass. It's going to be his 6th point of the game here in the first quarter. Coach Mondragon, I'm sure, is going to talk about the paint defense of Artesia. 4:23 left first quarter. Hobbs their biggest lead of 6. 10-4 of the Bulldogs. Back in 30 on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Greatest hits of all time, Cool 95.7. It is 10-4. Eagles are up right now. That's why they had a timeout for the Bulldogs. 4:23 to go in this first, and we've got a good one going on for you Eagle fans. And for the call, we've got Ty Friend.
Yeah, Abraham Pena has lit up 3 hits on the bucket, 6 points for him, and 4 for 4 free throw shooting for the Eagles, 2 apiece for Henderson and Hodge. That's your 10-4 lead. Artesia going to thread it down the lane on the first attempt here. Trent Eglin misses. Put back up over the back of the rim on the rebound by Kincaid. His first bucket and second board. 10-6. Hobbs by 4. Payne Hodge into the front court. 4:03 left first quarter. Now a matchup D for Artesia, switching out of the zone. Screen up top from Henderson. Hodge to the right block, tries a hook shot, rejected by Kincaid and pulled down by Kincaid, the 6'8" post player. Bounce pass up the near left sideline to Campbell. Zings it down with the one-hander to the left block. Missed shot on the layup by Hotling. Rebound for Henderson is third. Throws it up to a breaking Pena. Double hand dunk over the right rim. Pena has 8 points, unstoppable in the first quarter. Eagles up by 6. Into the front court is Hotling. Unloads to Vega, right wing. Slides to the right corner, got away at the travel. Unloads to Kincaid on the free throw line. Kick out left to Campbell. Spinning through the lane. Tries a fake shot and scoop pass to the left block. A miss on the push by Eglin. Pulled down by Turbiatis for his third board underneath the hoop. Out into the front court to Soria, who checked in during the timeout. Weaves through traffic. Fires a 3 at the top of the arc. The sophomore nails it. It's Lyric Soria's first bucket, first tray of the game for the Eagles. Up by 9, their biggest lead. Driving to the other end. No luck pass from Campbell underneath the hoop. A scoop pass in the paint. Shot missed by Eglin. Ball's tipped around. And Parker Henderson looks like he rejects a shot. Got in the hands of Eglin. Kind of a late whistle, and the Hobbs fans are not liking that one. They thought it was a clean swat in the paint.
I thought it was too. I was even looking at half of it, and it looked like it was all ball. He got it up in the air, and he knocked it out, of course. But, again, that's just my view.
So that'll be the first on Henderson.
Actually, it's on Turbiatis.
I guess they got Turbiatis for the blocked shot. First free throw good, though, for Eglin. He's got 3 points. That was the first free throw attempt for Artesia.
So 1 block for Henderson, but unfortunately after that, then that means that Turbiatis got the foul.
Both teams with 2 fouls apiece. Second free throw is a swish for Eglin. He's got 4 points. 15-8, 7-point lead. Hobbs' biggest lead is 9 in the first quarter, 2:50 left. That's coming across the top line. Soria unloads to Pena on the left wing. Wait for a screen from Turbiatis. Drives to the top of the circle. Puts on the brakes at the free throw line. Back over to Turbiatis. His 3 wide open for a big-time maneuver through the rim on that one. Turbiatis hits the tray. We mentioned he does shoot from the outside when he gets the opportunity. And that will be the second tray of the game for the Hobbs Eagles, who lead by 10, their biggest lead. Artesia basketball in the front court. Stop and go dribble for Campbell. Dribbling behind his back at the free throw line. Ripped away by Josiah Clay. Second turnover. He goes to rack. High arching lamp on the right side. Misses. But tipped back up and in by Soria right behind him on the right glass. Soria with 5 points and a rebound. Coach Monaco wanted to charge on that one. Not going to get it. Campbell in the front court. He's going to load the ball, but he shuffles his feet before he passed at the timeline. They call the travel. Fans had that one before the zebra, that one on that play, but 3 turnovers down for Artesia here in the first quarter.
Well, here's the funny thing. If they hadn't been for the travel, it would have been out of bounds just a second later. But either way, Artesia was destined to lose that ball.
Eagles already have 5 scores in the books, 3 for Artesia. Eagles with 8 points for Pena, 5 for Soria, 3 for Turbiatis, 2 apiece for Henderson and Hodge off free throws. 20-8 the score, Hobbs by 12, their biggest lead. Into the front court, up top to Turbiatis, over the left wing to Javen Hernandez, who just checked in. He hands off to Pena, he's firing up an NBA 3 off the front of the rim, and ripped down in the middle of the paint for Artesia by Kincaid, his 4th board. Gives it off to Campbell, who slows it down on the far right sideline against Hernandez, now in the front court. 1:40 left in the quarter. Bounce pass to the right wing to Vega, and slapping at the arm of Vega with Josiah Clay to pick up the foul, his first. 3rd team foul. Boy, the crowd is loud here tonight at Tasker.
Oh, yeah, they are living it right now. Usually they're pretty quiet about this time with a 12-point lead, but instead they're going to go ahead and get on their feet and make some noise.
Corbin Dominguez checks in, he'll inbound, bounces it to the time stripe, far right to Vega, up top to Hotling. Hernandez will pick him up, jab step, unloads to Vega on the left wing, Clay all over his shorts. Gives it off to Steven Williams, top of the arc, sends it to the right wing. Hotling uses up his dribble, now pivoting, good pressure by Pena. Bounce pass on the right wing to Vega, he spins, bumps into Clay. The ball gets knocked out by Turbiatis, picked up by Pena, turn number 4. Pena will shoot from 15 on the left side, no good. Put back up by Turbiatis on the double clutch, on the left block and scores. 5 points and 4 rebounds. Coach Monaghan yelling at the official. Into the front court on the left wing, Corbin Dominguez. Up top to a wide open Steven Williams, and he nails a 3, uncontested. No D on him whatsoever. That's going to be the first tray of the game for Artesia, who trails by 11. 22-11 your score.
And you never want to count Artesia out. They're always in it to win it.
Biggest lead has been 14 for Hobbs in this first quarter. Slowing it down is Pena with 40 seconds left. He dribbles left and hands it off to Soria. Soria will come up top and give it off to Clay. Clay fires a 3 in and out. Nobody rebounding, though, except for Artesia underneath. Wide open was Kincaid for his 5th board. He hands it off to Hotling. Take it on Payton down the front court. Pass off to the left wing to Vega. Tough pressure by Clay again. Sidewinder pass up top to Williams. He had to chase it back at the timeline. They called Turbiatis on a reach as he went back with him. Slapped to the basketball. And that'll be the second on Turbiatis. 4th foul. You don't want to see him getting in foul trouble, though, Rod, at this point, this early point of the ball game.
No, you do not. 2 is all right, but once you get into that 3 territory, it's very sketchy, especially in the first quarter alone.
Coach Ross is not going to let that happen and puts Turbiatis a breather there. As coming on for him will be Amron Wheeler seeing his first action. The inbound of the timeline to Hotling. Gives it off to the right elbow to the big man Kincaid, 6'8", gives it to Hotling in the right corner. He stepped on the far sideline. Tough pressure by Javen Hernandez to cause the step and the turnover. Out of bounds there. Artesia's 5th turnover of the game. And, of course, we're seeing more time early for Javen Hernandez with the departure of Trey Hutchings. He's showing some defense out there.
He exactly is. And, yeah, that's the other thing, too. Make sure your feet are where they should be, not stepping out of bounds.
Pena comes across the timeline, spots a 3 on the right wing off the side of the iron, off a double team at the buzzer. It comes off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Hotling to finish up the first quarter. So the Hobbs Eagles have doubled up on Artesia here at Tasker, 22-11 at the end of 1. We'll take a 60-second break, come back with second quarter action live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live at Tasker Arena, your Hobbs Eagles up 22-11 over Artesia. Top scorers for the Eagles, Pena with 8 points, 5 apiece for Lyric Soria and J.Iris Turbiates. Both of them have a tray apiece. For Artesia, it's Trent Eglin 4, 3 for Stephen Williams. On the first play of the second quarter, they call Pena for a push foul. Artesia got it in and across the time stripe, and then a quick body up there for Pena. And that will be for him his first personal, first team foul here in the second quarter. Again, Hobbs up 22-11. Eagles had just 1 turnover in the first quarter, 5 for Artesia. 2 3-pointers for Hobbs, 1 for Artesia. Ball embedded to the free throw line to Campbell. Tries to throw a semi-hook in the paint, kind of a ill-advised shot pulled down by Turbiates off the iron. That's his 5th rebound. Matching the numbers for Kincaid for Artesia, who's got 5 on the glass for the Bulldogs. Pena in the front court, handoff right side to Hodge. Goes over to left and gives it to Beatty. Comes right, bounce pass back door to Pena on the baseline. He tries to get it as it went too low, rolls out of bounds, and that'll be a turnover for the Eagles, their second of the ball game.
Charlie Campbell had a hand on that one as well, almost took it, but instead it rolls out of bounds, but not before touching Hobbs.
Total numbers, 10 rebounds for the Eagles, 9 for Artesia through the first quarter of action, and Artesia has a bad pass to the baseline right side that goes out. That'll be another turnover, number 6 for Artesia. Again, just 2 for the Eagles. So that category definitely in the pocket of Hobbs, and some unforced errors so for the visiting Bulldogs.
Yep, Campbell couldn't handle that one either as it just passes him by and goes out of bounds.
Bounce pass to Hodge in the left wing, gets it down low to Henderson. Turns in the lane with a hook shot off the back of the rim. Ball gets tipped up in the air, pulled down at the free throw line by Vega for Artesia. Sends it ahead to Campbell. Double clutches rejected by Turbiates on the right side. Picked up at the timeline for the rebound for Hodge. Sends it over to Beatty, left corner. Rainbow 3. Clicks off the front of the rim, no good. And Vega going sky high on the free throw line to rip it down, his second in a row board. And he gets chested up by the Eagles. They call the foul on Hodge. That'll be his first personal, second team foul. And boy, the Hobbs student section continues to cheer Vega no matter what he does out there, former Hobbs Eagle.
Well, he already knew, he should have known anyway when he coming back to this building that he was going to get some jeers and cheers, and they're definitely not disappointing so far.
Ball comes in on the far right sideline. Stop and go dribble now in the front court to Hotling. Lost the ball. Pena strips him from behind the pickpocket. His 7th turnover for Artesia, and he goes to the rack on the left side and gets hammered. He's not a happy camper. Went down hard on the wood that time and had some words. He's shoving away Hobbs Eagles because they're trying to calm him down a little bit. Call the hard foul on Cale Hotling, his second. That's the first team foul on the Bulldogs as Pena steps up for his first free throw. Has not shot one here in this game. Came in the contest at 86%, and as I say that, hits it off the front of the rim, no good.
But he has had 2 steals so far. Hasn't done anything like you said on the offense, but he's really trying to do so, but just hasn't been able to do so. Maybe the second shot, get adjusted a little bit and get back in the rhythm of it.
Well, he did plenty offensively in the first quarter, had 8 points to lead the Eagles, so that definitely shows he's going to get some scoring in this one. Second shot is off as well, missed both of them. Hobbs now 4 of 6 from the line, 22-11. It's pulled down by Campbell, second rebound. Into the front court, bounce pass up top to Eglin, facing the hoop. One-hand bouncer down to the left block, missing an easy shot. McNeil gets loose on the baseline right side. Trying to save it was Campbell, but it goes out of bounds. I don't think McNeil realized how close to the rim he was. He just barely got in the ball game and throws up an errant air ball there.
Actually, it looked like Henderson had a little bit to do with that. Head tipped it just a little bit, and it sent it up in the air.
6:15 remaining in the second. Hobbs up 22-11. No scoring yet in this second quarter. Bad pass for Pena up top. Stolen away by Campbell. Goes the rack. Windmill layup right side. Rejected by Pena. That was the Eagles' third turnover. Loose underneath the hoop. We got whistles coming from all directions. A rebounding foul. Looks like they're going to stay on Artesia's offensive side of the court. And there's the third infamous foul that Turbiates has just picked up, Ron.
Yeah, and that's going to slow his game down a little bit until the second half anyway. Definitely did not want to see one of your best scorers and best rebounders limited, tied to his hands, that is, and you want to see him play the best he can. But with that, 3 fouls, yeah, he's limited right now.
Tootie McNeil, the man that gets to shoot the free throws. He misses the first off the back of the rim. Artesia 2 of 3 from the charity stripe. McNeil trying to get himself in the scorebook. Just checked in here early second quarter. Hobbs still up 22-11, waiting for our first point of the second quarter. And it's not there either. Missed the second. 0 for 4 for both teams combined in this second quarter on the line. Ball gets tipped out off the hands of Parker Henderson. Artesia basketball right of the rim. Inbounding will be Campbell. He's having trouble finding anybody. Finally goes back door in the left block, but they got the 5-second count. Catching the ball was Clay Kincaid. They're going to say too late on the inbound. That'll be turnover number 8 for the Bulldogs.
It's been defense so far in this second quarter. Nobody has scored yet. We've got a 22-11 score still.
I don't know if it's defense or just poor foul shooting. It doesn't get anybody points on the board. Payne in the front court. Screen left wing by Henderson. Jumps back to the top of the arc. Throws up a 3. Clinks out the front of the iron. No good. And a rebound for Artesia, ripped down by Eglin on the block. Sends it ahead to a breaking Campbell, a lefty layup all the way to the rack. He's got 4 points. Henderson was behind it, didn't want to pick up the foul and kind of pulled off. And Campbell makes him pay for it. 22-13, 9-point Eagle lead. Into the front court, Pena. Bounce past Hernandez on the left wing, who checked in for Turbiatis. Up top to Henderson. He wants a 3. This one hard off the back of the iron. And it's pulled down on the right block by Campbell. Back-to-back boards, his 3rd. Up ahead to Vega. He tries to throw it back door from left in the lane to the right, and nobody there. Ghost pass sails out of bounds on the far right sideline. There goes the student section again. 9th Artesia turnover as the boos get louder.
Looked like that was for Tootie McNeil, but McNeil was already past the pass area and didn't see it. By the time we turned around, it was already out of bounds.
Clock stop with 5:15 left, second quarter. Some subs coming in for Hobbs. Peyton Hodge returns. Also seeing his first action in the second, Amari McGahey. Returning Amron Wheeler, too. Javen Hernandez stays in. And Braddock Beatty. Hodge will bounce it to Hernandez left wing. Up top to Wheeler. Facing hoop now. Big man on him, Kincaid. Hand off to McGahey, top of the arc. They're going to call the double dribble. They're going to say Wheeler came down on the ball with 2 hands, pushing it to the hardwood before the handoff. So the travel, or double dribble, that's his the 4th Eagle turnover compared to 9 for Artesia in this first half. Clock with 5 minutes left, second quarter, Eagles by 9. Double team at the time, stripe against Campbell. Pass unloaded to the right wing to McNeil. Loses the ball as he tried to throw it, goes sailing to the right baseline. And it will be Hobbs back. No, we got a problem now. Officials going to have to discuss this one. First they pointed for Hobbs, and now one official's coming from the other side and say, no, it got tipped. He's pointing for Artesia. They're giving it to, no, they're going to give it to Artesia. So that's going to be Bulldog basketball right at the baseline. Underneath their hoop, down by 9. 4:53 left here in the second. Inbounding is Campbell. Gets it into the right corner to Kincaid. Kincaid pivoting, back to Campbell in the corner. He spins, stays outside the right perimeter, back to the timeline off the retreat. One-hand slam shot down to the right corner to McNeil on the pass. Returns it back up top. 3 on the way for Campbell on the fade. It's no good. Nobody could go get a piece of it as it hits hard off the rim and gets out of the bounds on the far right sideline as Beatty just kind of waves at it out of bounds. That'll be Hobbs basketball.
Well, Beatty knew that he wouldn't be able to get it, but he knew it would be their ball, so why try and break your arm when you can go ahead and get the ball for free?
McGahey will bring it across the timeline, sewn up near the Hobbs Eagle logo, middle of the court. Gives it off to Beatty on the right wing, guarded by Vega. Sliding left, a screen from Wheeler. They're going to say Wheeler was moving with the hip, and they call the screen foul. That'll be his first, also a turnover number 5 for the Eagles. So the offense not getting back in motion here, and it's caused a real long lull of scoring either way, actually.
Exactly. 2 points in the last almost 4 minutes. We're halfway through this quarter, and yeah, both teams are struggling offensively.
Braylon Vega in the front court taking on McGahey. Crossover move down the lane. A runner shot with his left hand, air ball. Wheeler's scrambling for it, but he cannot get a grip as it gets knocked out on the baseline. He had those fingers kind of juggling on it, and it just kind of went off the fingertips. The referee's even cleaning the ball off on his pants right now. I'm sure it must have a little bit of sweat action going on.
Yeah, he had it in there, just could not keep it from touching the line.
Inbounded to Campbell on the right wing for Artesia in their front court. 4:08 left in the half. Stop and go. As he goes to the hoop against Hodge, shows up an errant shot, hits out the back of the backboard, and pulled down on the near sideline. Rebound by Vega, his 3rd. Goes down low to the left block, going up high with the shot put off the left glass. Putting it through is Eglin. He's got 6 points. 22-15. Hobbs by 7. Beatty in the front court. Gives it off to Hernandez on the left wing. Back up top to Beatty. Fakes a 3 after a screen from Wheeler. Uses up his dribble. He finds Hodge on the right wing. Drives baseline. High-arching layup on 2 defenders as he leans to the hoop. They call the foul. Ball sailed over the rim. I don't think he had the good angle that he wanted because he was kind of off the side of the backboard there, but trying to push it back through. Able to draw some arm on him. And they're going to call that one against Kincaid. Second personal, second team foul. As Hodge, who's perfect, 2 for 2. Eagles are 4 of 6 from the line and make it now 4 of 7 as he misses that one.
Yeah, just rolled around the rim and out. Didn't quite have a chance. Didn't have the shooter's touch he wanted, but definitely has one more chance to make up for that.
Of course, Eagles beat this Artesia team back on December 7th by 16 in the Tournament of Champions championship game in the old gym there in Artesia.
Yeah, and they extended their lead to a 7-game winning streak against this Artesia Bulldog
Hodge
team.
misses it again. McGahey pulls it down on the right block, his first board. Out to Hodge on the right wing. Crossover move through his legs. NBA three on the way, off the back of the rim. Pulled down to the left block for Artesia by Eglin, his fourth rebound. Gives it off to Campbell, front court, far right sideline. Double team with Hernandez and Pena. Comes down the lane. A handoff off the dribble to the left block. Going up strong with two hands is Eglin. Off the left glass, he's got 8. 22-17. A timeout on the court. Hobbs wants to talk about it. 3:11 left in the half. 22-17 Hobbs, but that lead is getting chiseled away by Artesia back in half a minute.
We're back to Hobbs Eagle action right here at Tax Arena, but it is not going the way they want to in the second quarter for the Hobbs Eagles, but they have the lead of 22-17. 5 points is what it is. 3:11 in this quarter. And with a call, here is Ty Friend.
Yeah, Ron, 6-0 the scoring trend right now for Artesia here in the second quarter. Hobbs has not scored yet, and we're more than halfway through this second quarter.
Exactly, and Hobbs just trying to find something. They've had a few times they had the opportunities to just have not been able to take advantage.
Leading scorer still 8 for Pena, although he hasn't scored in this quarter. 8 for Eglin, who's had 2 buckets in the second. Clay will hand it off up top to Pena. Shot from the left wing on the fade, off the rim, no good. Tipped around, pulled down by Hodge in the left wing. Back to Pena, top of the arc, fakes the 3, dribbles the left elbow and fires a J anyway, nails it, and a foul on the push. Right through the net for Pena. He's got 10 points from the left side of the free throw area as they get that foul against Artesia's Tootie McNeil. That's his first, 3rd team foul. Pena on the line, not his best night so far, 0 for 2, but came into the game at 86%. So definitely wants to get those numbers back up. He is the leading scorer, though, with 10. Misses off the back of the rim. I need to shut up about the free throws. Inbound in the middle of the lane is Campbell, his 4th board. He tries to get through Hodge and Hernandez in the paint, puts his head down, and they call the foul
on Hodge.
Yep, Hodge was getting a little scrappy, kind of smiling at the official, having some words for him right now. That'll be his 2nd personal. 15th foul, though, against Hobbs. It means double bonus for Artesia.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's one of those situations. That's a song we used to sing, and we always sing this season for the Eagles, is putting them on the bonus to try to get more points, and sometimes it works out for them. You just never know with 2:48 remaining in this first half.
Both teams were real close in free throws last time they played December. 12 of 19, Artesia for 63%. Hobbs was 13 of 19 for 68%. Can't get much closer than that. First free throw up and good for Campbell off the double bonus. He's got 5. Right now they're shooting 3 of 5 for 60%. 5 points for Campbell, and now make it 6. He makes both of them. It's now 24-19. So Hobbs has made 1 basket here in this second quarter, and 8 points so far for Artesia. In the front court, Clay throws a hard pass over to Pena to his knee, or maybe actually his ankle there, and it got booted back in the backcourt. Rolls out on the baseline. I think Artesia's the one that got the piece of it with the foot. Charlie Campbell tried to get it to pick it up and go in for a layup, but no way could he catch the bullet off the leg there. Hobbs will get it in their backcourt. And Artesia doesn't have any indication of wanting to run any type of press or trap here in the first half, Ron. They're just staying in that half-court defense.
I believe they're going to do that in the 3rd and 4th quarters, make it more difficult for Hobbs.
Payne in the front court now, top of the arc. Gives it off to Hodge on the right wing. He's guarded by the defense of McNeil. Hodge, a fadeaway jumper from the right side, in and out. Eagles can't get the big outside ones to drop. Pulled down, though, by Campbell. The rebound for Artesia is 5th. Dribbles in the lane. Knocked out by Hernandez. Picked up on the hook shot left block by Byers. Gets pushed out to the left wing. And then a pass to the free throw line. Up and good on the shot by Charlie Campbell. He has got 6 points here in the second quarter, 8 overall. And now a 3-point ball game.
Yeah, 16 passing on that one.
1:50 left in the second. 24-21. Pass up top for the Eagles. Is the big man Henderson, gives it back to Hernandez, drives the right elbow, fires up a J off the back of the rim. The Eagles have gotten cold on the outside shooting, pulled down hard by Charlie Campbell, his 6th board. 1 and done for Hobbs in the last 3 possessions. Coming down the lane, trying to unload the ball at the last minute as Campbell's taken away by the Eagles. Hernandez gets it up to Hodge. He tries to go up with a tomahawk jam. He gets fouled going up and lays over the right rim. They get the foul. Hobbs finally gets some more points on the board. That's his 4th of the game for Hodge. And boy, that major slam down on his arm that time, applied by Tootie McNeil. 2nd foul, 14th foul against Artesia.
And that's what Hobbs needs to do, is drive the lane, be aggressive, be in there, get in it, and if you can get the foul, that's a bonus as well. Of course, you got to make the shot, but it's still nice to be able to be invited to the dance.
That was a 10th turnover for Artesia. Prior to that, Hodges' free throw is in and out, bouncing around, and comes back in somehow. He is now 3 of 5 from the charity stripe and has 5 points. Picks the lead back up to 6, 27-21. Lyric Soria returns now. And man-to-man full court pressure for the Eagle defense, up by 6. Bounce pass to the near sideline to Vega. Ripped by Hernandez, turn number 11. He's going to bounce in the lane to Clay on the left block. Backs out with a dribble, and shot puts it up top to Pena. Wide open for a 3, took a dribble. Fires the tray off the back of the rim. Gets knocked out of bounds, and Parker Henderson kind of shoved off on top of the rebound of that time. Charlie Campbell, Henderson's 2nd personal, 16 foul, so march to the other end for the double bonus. And boy, the outside shots just aren't dropping, Ron, and they're going to have to be talking about that during the half break.
Exactly. Something is off with their aim. They are hitting the rim or the hoop, but they're not being able to get it in there. Now we got at least one team in bonus.
They had nobody lining up in the lane, so I thought they might have called that a different type of foul than what I was expecting. And now all of a sudden all the players are in the lane. They all stayed at half court for some reason. Intentional fouls are the words I'm trying to get out of my mouth here.
Right.
But they decided, I guess it wasn't intentional. So it'll just be 2 free throws on the double bonus, and making the first is Charlie Campbell.
Well, I've been watching these games, and it's still one of those new rules of 5 fouls and you go into bonus. And so some of the referees still forget about that. They have to be reminded, but after a couple of minutes, they usually get into it.
Campbell 3 for 3 from the line. He gets one more free throw to make it double digits for his scoring and gets it. He's got 10 points. All 4 of his free throws here in the second. 27-23, back to a 4-point Eagle lead. 1:06 left in the half. Into the front court, Lyric Soria. Unloads to Pena on the left wing. Picked up quickly by Campbell. Backs out to the far left sideline. Lost the ball. Kind of rolls it to himself, gives it Henderson left wing, pivots back to Pena at the timeline, screen from Henderson, stop and go dribble, scoop shot left side and scores off the glass. He took off hard of the rack and made it go through. He's got 12, does Pena to lead both teams. Eagles by 6. In the front court with 40 seconds. Top of the arc is Campbell. Good D by Soria. Bounce pass right elbow to Byers. Sends it right corner. Fade away for big time for Vega. 18-footer. He puts it through. His first bucket of the ball game.
And that was over Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson got up as high as he could on that one. 29-25, Hobbs by 4. Payne to the front court, stop and go. Falls to the floor on the right baseline, picked up by Artesia. A giveaway, turnover number 6. They bounce into the right block. As Corbin Dominguez had it, goes back door. Missing the layup is Tootie McNeil on the left side. Rebound for the Eagles by Clay, his first board. He'll jump into the front court with 5 seconds. Crossover move. Screen up top for Henderson. Shot from the left elbow at the buzzer is an air ball, and that will end the second quarter of action. Coach Ross wants to know why Clay is flat on the ground. No foul called. Ross is out on the court now near the scores table. Point to Ross, who was flat on his back on the left wing there. Thought there should have been a foul call. Nothing going to change, though, by the official on that one. We're at halftime, a close ball game as expected here at Tasker. 29-25, the Eagles up by 4 over Artesia. We'll be back in 3 minutes with the Hobbs Eagle halftime show, live on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. We've got a close affair here at Tasker Arena, the final pre-district game for the Hobbs Eagles at their home court, leading Artesia 29-25. Last time these two teams played back on December 7th, the Hobbs Eagles winning that one by 16, but a big difference in the game was the 31 turnovers for Artesia in that loss on their second home court there for the tournament championship of the City of Champions tournament. So right tonight, not close to 31 turnovers, but they have a lot more than the Eagles, 11 compared to 6.
Right.
And that gave the Eagles a little bit of a room to kind of get a lead there for a while. But this second quarter, towards the end, Artesia came storming back, and now just a 4-point deficit.
Well, that's part of the problem is when you get into double bonus, you give the opportunity for your team, for Artesia, to be able to come back. And no matter what, they were whittling away, of course, down to 4. So got to keep them off the line, be able to make those shots, or at least force them to get some awkward shots in there, but definitely keep them off the line.
And this has not been a pretty outside shooting game for either team. Hobbs has gotten a couple of three-pointers, one for Artesia, but again, a lot of shots are just not falling for Hobbs, and Artesia not really getting a lot of good looks from the outside as well. So the point being is I think coaches are going to have to go back to the drawing board offensively, maybe tell their kids to kind of lay off those threes. Sometimes threes can be infectious when you're hitting them, but when you're not hitting them, I know the NBA has all these guys talking about good shooters are going to keep tanking them off. At this level, you want to have team ball out here. This isn't multi-million-dollar contracts.
Yeah, well, the first 3 or 4 shots for Hobbs were dropping in. They were sinking like crazy, and all of a sudden they could not find the mark. They were just off just a little bit, but just enough to be able to get it. Not only that, but they weren't getting the rebounds either. So, yeah, you're right about that. It seemed like the more they were missing, the more they were trying, and the more they were missing, the more they were not getting those rebounds either. So Hobbs needs to slow down on the threes, be able to drive the lanes as well, and be able to see where they can get open instead of just going down, going to the arc, shooting up a 3 and hoping for the best.
Charlie Campbell, the leader for Artesia right now, 10 points and 6 rebounds, so he's just a few rebounds away from being in a double-double look. He is 4 for 4 from the charity stripe. Eagles want to keep him off the line. Trent Eglin has 8 points. He's 2 for 2 on the stripe and has 4 rebounds so far. Then a drop-off for Stephen Williams. He has a 3-point shot, the only one of the game for Artesia for 3. Braylon Vega, very kind of a low-scoring offensive night for him so far. 2 points off 1 bucket and has 3 rebounds. Clay Kincaid has a bucket for 2 and 5 boards. And that's about it for scorers. They had a total of 5 guys in the books in that first half of action. They were 6 of 8 from the charity stripe for 75%. They had the 11 turnovers compared to 6 for Hobbs. And they did have more rebounds than the Eagles, though, 20-14, led by Campbell's 6 boards, 5 for Kincaid, 4 for Eglin, and 3 for Vega. On the Eagles side of the coin, Abraham Pena, thanks to 8 points in the first quarter, leads the team with 12 total. Has a little bit of a problem on the free throw line. He's an 86% free throw shooter coming into tonight, but he's 0 for 3 and definitely not at his supreme when it comes to the free throws, but he'll take his double-digit scoring regardless. Peyton Hodge, he's got 5. He's been on the line 5 times so far, went 3 for 5 for 60%, has 3 rebounds. Lyric Soria hit a tray and another bucket for 5 total. And it was J. Arvis Turbiatis with 5 points and 5 rebounds. He had a tray as well, and he might be looking towards the double-double hopefully in the second half. And that's it for the scoring for Parker Henderson, 2 points, 2 for 2 on the line, no buckets yet, and 3 rebounds. So Hobbs with 5 scores so far. Again, they're being out-rebounded by 6, 14-20. Turbiatis leads with 5 boards, 3 apiece for Henderson and Hodge. And they are shooting 5 of 10 from the line for 50%. I think you're right in terms of the outside shots, too. You can take those outside shots. You got a couple guys that can hit them, maybe get them back into shooting form, but you got to have people crashing. We had a lot of one-and-dones there midway through the second quarter.
Exactly, and it's those second-chance points that Hobbs has been living on this season alone with the also with the turnovers as well. They've been getting them in the games and keeping them in the games, keeping them in the lead as well. So that's one of those situations where they go ahead, just forget the 3-point shot. Don't even try to set it up. Try to see if you can drive inside the lane. That way it will open up those 3-point shots later on if you really want to take them. But definitely want to see if we can drive the lane. At the very least, make your shots or get those fouls.
And if you weren't with us earlier tonight, the Hobbs Lady Eagles with a big victory over Roswell, over Artesia, 79-30, a 49-point win for the Lady Eagles. Everybody seemed like getting double digits. Zepeda, also Brett Clay, Brent Hargrove, Kendall Cunningham, all with 12. There's 4 players with 12 points, and then also Caitlin Munoz coming off the bench for 10. Hobbs converting 9 trays in that win. Only 6 turnovers compared to 23 for Artesia. Definitely the difference in that game. The Lady Eagles now 19-1 on the season. Their game will be at Roswell to start district next Tuesday. We're going to take the final 1-minute break and get you ready for third quarter action. Hobbs up on Artesia, the boys, 29-25 at Tasker. Stay with us. We start third quarter action from Tasker Arena. Your Hobbs Eagles up by 4. Eagles basketball going right to left on the radio dial or on the YouTube if you're watching. Dribbling to the free throw line is Hobbs. Sends it left corner. 3 on the way for Payne on the fadeaway. No good. Rebound on the paint. Pulled down for Artesia. They'll have the first rebound of the second half. That was Kincaid's 6th. Throws it left wing. Shot for Kale Hotling with the big J from 15 on the left side and nails it. His first bucket of the ball game. 29-27. Eagles still by 2. The Eagles only had 7 points in the second quarter, 14 for Artesia, and now 2 more for the Bulldogs. In the front court, Hodge gets the screen up top from Henderson. Drives the lane, lefty layup, hits the bottom of the backboard. Pulled down for Artesia in transition. Campbell's 7th rebound. He's going to toss it out to Vega, left corner for 3, and nails it. Braylon Vega with 5 points now. Second tray of the game for Artesia. And your Eagles now down for the first time in the second half, 30-29. Artesia fans get a little bit louder now as the pass coming to Henderson right wing, up top to Turbiatis. Comes around the right circle off the dribble, hands off to Pena. Wide open for an NBA 3 off the back of the rim, no good. Vega with the rebound underneath, he's got 4 boards. Hobbs still cold from the outside, Ron.
Exactly, 0 for 3 so far, and they're not getting rebounds.
Vega in the front court after the pass, getting some stoppage from Beatty. Throws it to Turbiatis, who look like an Artesia Bulldog on the left elbow. Misses the tomahawk jam on the right side of the rim after the 12th Artesia turnover. Beatty with the rebound, dribbles to the left corner, fires a shot from Trey over the top of the backboard and pulled down for Artesia by Trent Eglin, his 5th rebound. There's a whistle underneath the hoop.
Jump ball.
Yeah, they called the jump at the last second there. The arrow's going to go for Artesia. And you're starting to see guys really pulling down the boards for Artesia. Campbell was 7, Eglin 5, Clay Kincaid was 6. And too many guys are getting glass work. Hobbs is kind of watching around a little bit.
I know Hobbs has got to be playing better than this. Artesia has nothing to lose.
The inbound of the right corner was saved. Actually, Eagles got a steal momentarily. And they tried to throw up a shot, Turbiatis, but it hits the back of the support behind the basket. That is a turnover for Artesia momentarily. That's their 13th, but they're going to get it back now. On the right baseline in the backcourt. Inbounding is Eglin. Throws it and gets it back from Campbell. Releases to the near sideline. The Hotling still in the backcourt. Going hard against Beatty, who chests him up. Knocks the ball from behind and taken away by Story on the near left sideline. Turner number 14. Back to Beatty, left corner. Tries to get it down low, but throws it behind Henderson. Taken off with it to the other end is Vega, missing the lefty layup. That was the Eagles' 7th turnover. Long rebound for Beatty coming off the rim. Beatty goes down the lane left side, fadeaway on the left block. Misses off the back of the iron, rebound for Artesia. Hotling throws a bad pass to the front court left side, taken away by Peyton Hodge, who sends it ahead to big man Parker Henderson, a double hand jam over the front of the rim. That's Henderson's 4th point after the 15th Artesia turnover. Hobbs up by 1, 31-30. A 3-shot top of the arc. Missed off the rim by Kincaid. Long rebound for Turbiatis, his 6th. He's coming down the lane, gets tripped up, trying to lean to the hoop, and they got Vega taking out his ankle that time. Ball came over the iron, but they're going to call the foul. And that'll be Vega's first personal, first team foul against the Bulldogs. Yep. So Artesia getting kind of sloppy on their transition game.
Trying to get back into it, didn't do such a great job as Vega. Slowed down Tribiatis, though, and that's all he really wanted to do. But, yeah, grabbed him on the way up for that shot.
His first free throw of the game, in and out, no good. Jairus came into the contest shooting 62%. Eagles were 50% at the half, 5 of 10, and now 5 of 11 after the first miss. He will get one more. 1 point lead for the Eagles, 31-30. They were down by 1 and misses the second off the back of the rim. Pulled down on the right block by Hotling, his third rebound. He gets 2 defenders on him in the paint. Hodge and Pena, the whistle comes. Hobbs fans are kind of holding their breath. Thought they might be calling a foul there. It was a jump. And the arrow going to the Eagles. That will count as a turnover for Artesia, their 16th of the ball game. Half of what they had against the Eagles at their home court. Inbounding will be Story on the left baseline. Underneath the Eagles' hoop. Trying to add to the 1 point lead. Finds Henderson in the paint. Reverse layup on the right side and goes up strong and scores. Henderson back to back. He's got 6. 33-30. Quick pass to the timeline. Coming across is Campbell. Campbell sends it to the left wing, but it's an errant pass picked off by Pena. He'll have an uncontested dunk, but he couldn't get over the rim as hard as he wanted to. Kind of to push it over instead of dunking it. But he gets the layup after the steal. Pena now with 14, the 17th turnover. Coach Montergrind is starting to realize that Artesia's not taking care of the basketball, needs to calm this team down and call the timeout. We will take one as well. 30 seconds and we're back as the Hobbs Eagles still lead 35-30 over Artesia. Half a minute and we're back live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live at Tasker, your Hobbs Eagles lead 35-30. We've had a couple of runs in this second half, but finally the Eagles getting a little momentum here in the third.
Yeah, after they lost the lead, they got a 10-0 run on them. That's why they've got a 5-point lead, 35-30, and Hobbs is feeling it right now. Artesia, though, trying to strategize to get back into this game.
Artesia came in with a 12-6 record, currently third in the Max Preps poll. The Hobbs Eagles at 16-3, sitting at number 2. And even with the Cleveland loss Saturday, they did not move them down to the polls. He thought Cleveland might move up, but they had just lost 2 out of 3 prior to that.
3, actually, yeah.
And that win was not good enough to bump them up anymore. But Hobbs holding on to a respectful second in that ranking. Artesia basketball after their timeout in the front court is Campbell. One-hand bounce pass right corner to Vega, wide open 3 and swishes it. Don't let him get hot. He's got 2 trays here in the third quarter. Third tray for the Artesia Bulldogs, 8 for Vega now. 35-33, Eagles by 2. Hodge with the ball on the right wing, gives it into Pena, right elbow, down to Hodge. Make that Henderson right baseline for a 15-footer, nothing but net as he went over the top of Clay Kincaid. Henderson with a big bucket that time. The kid can shoot. As we get into the front court for Artesia, Henderson with 8 points. Pass off to the left wing to Campbell. Drives the right side of the lane. 1-2 and wraparound pass left block. Shot from the left block. Going down for Kincaid on the J. He returns the favor to Henderson. 4 points for Kincaid. 37-35 Eagles. The track meet continues here at Tasker. Not the prettiest game, but very competitive, Ron.
Exactly. It's very close. We didn't expect that, but still. Nice game, both sides.
Hodge with the crossover move, goes to the rack, tries to lay it up on the right side of the rim. There's a whistle. The official on the baseline thought he had the call, but then there's a whistle from the table area. And they're going to count that bucket. Yep. I wasn't sure what they were going to call on that one, but they call the foul and count it. Clay Kincaid picks up his third. Second team foul against Artesia. Counted for Hodge, 7 point. And he is currently on the line, 3 of 5. For 60%.
Kincaid with the block, yeah.
Would like to make his 8th point of the contest. Hodges' free throw is off the back of the rim. He gets the rebound, though. Goes to the rack on the left side. Actually, I think it was pulled down by Artesia. He got a steal out of it. Hodge lays it in for 2 with 9 points now. It was the 18th turnover. At the other end, a fade from the right block off the dribble. Campbell puts it through with the J. He's got 12. 41-37. Eagles by 4. Now Pena's going to slow it up for Hobbs as he comes across the Eagle logo at the middle of the court, now on the front side for the Eagles. Waiting for a screen up top from Henderson. Takes it. Stop and go. To the rack. Double clutch. Right glass and scores on 2 defenders. Pena, you don't want to give him a first step. He's got 16. 43-37, back by 6. Pass in the front corner of the bouncer. Right wing to Campbell. Sends it down to the right corner. Fumbling it is Dominguez. Drives baseline. Rejected from behind by Henderson. Soria with the rebound is second. Sends it ahead to Pena. He goes to the rack with the lefty layup. Doesn't try to dunk this time. He wants a conservative layup on that one and got it. Pena with 6 points in the third. 18 overall to lead both teams. 45-37. Pass to the other end. Shot from the right baseline for Wayos from 15 off the rim. We got a rebounding foul. It's getting tumbled on the left block. Trent Eglin got knocked to the floor. They're going to call the push on the Eagles. That'll go against Peyton Hodge. We're getting 2 extracurricular on that one. His third personal. Could probably save an easy tip shot on the left block, though, Ron.
Exactly, but Eglin had the ball, was falling backwards, trying to get some sort of shot in there, but instead just gets it on the floor.
So he'll get 2 free throws now. Eglin has 6 rebounds and 8 points, 2 for 2 on the line. They were 75% at the half for the Artesia Bulldogs.
Looked like it was going to be an inbound for a second there, but no, they are going to get him on the line.
First free throw up and good. He's perfect 3 for 3. And coming back, Josiah Clay checks in for Parker Henderson. Respectable 6 points in this third quarter, 8 overall with 3 boards. And he's also 2 for 2 on the line, so he'll get a quick breather, I'm sure, back in just a few minutes. Back to the line goes Eglin. Trying to get the lead down to 6 and makes the second free throw. 10 points for Eglin, make it 4 for 4 on the line. 6-point Eagle lead. Down to 2:50 left, third quarter. Payne with the 5 up in the air for the play call for Hobbs as he comes across the time stripe. Turbiasas comes and gets it from the left wing. Fakes a 3, spins and gives it up top to Hodge. To Payne in the left wing after a screen from Turbiatas. Continues left baseline. Fade 3 for, no, a 15-footer for 2 instead. Count it. Nice glide up in the air that time for Pena. 8 points here in this third quarter, like the first quarter. Has 20 overall. Going down the lane to the other end, all the way to the rack on the left side was Campbell. Lays it in for 2. He's got 14. 47-41. Hobbs by 6. Throwing it up again is Pena. Wants to see his rotators on the wings. Turbiatas comes, gets it up top. To Pena left wing, fakes a 3. Goes to the rack on the left side. They call the foul from behind. As taking a swat at the ball was Tootie McNeil. Thought they were going to let him get away with that one, but the late whistle on that call underneath the hoop that time, or the backboard. So McNeil gets the foul. That'll be his third personal, third team foul, and Pena on the line. Hasn't been the hottest night for free throw shooting for him. No. 0 for 3, all coming in the second quarter, but he has 8 points here in the fourth off buckets.
And 2 steals, 1 in each half.
Free throw up and good. 21 points for Pena to lead both teams. Top scorer for Artesia right now is Campbell with 14 and 10 for Eglin. Right now in second for Hobbs, Peyton Hodge with 9 and Henderson third with 8.
Jack Byers coming in for Stephen Williams.
Pena misses the second free throw. Underneath the hoop just waiting for it is Eglin. That's his 7th board. Throws it up ahead to Campbell. Goes across the lane with the dribble. Bounce pass to Vega in the left corner. Throws up an off-balance 15-foot off the back of the rim. Tip back up on the right block by Byers. Couldn't get it to drop. And now a rebound underneath the hoop on the left side is Eglin. There he goes again. He's going to get another free throws. Always in the right place at the wrong time for the Hobbs Eagles. The crowd thought he got away with one there. Is that just some crashing bodies. Trying to see who they got the foul on that time.
Well, looks like that's going to be Turbiatas' 4th.
Yeah, 4 fouls on Turbiatas. Not a good deal there. Second team foul. 2 free throws coming for Eglin. He's perfect 4 for 4. Just was there a second ago. This one clicks in the rim and thought it was going to pop out, but it stays in.
It rolled forward, yeah, and then dropped in. What we need to do basically is box it out because Artesia is getting too many opportunities on their own end to be able to get those rebounds. Got about at least 3 on that play alone. Hobbs needs to get in there and interfere a little bit, try to get the ball back.
Eglin perfect 5 for 5, and he makes another one. 12 points now for Eglin, and 8 rebounds. Getting close to that double-double with a couple more boards. Hobbs by 5, 150 left in the third. Pena gets the pass across the timeline from Soria, over to Soria left wing, back to Pena. To the free throw line to Hodge. Backdoor bouncer to Clay, and he lays it in high off the right glass. A great job of moving without the basketball for Clay. That's his first bucket. 50-43 at the other end. A three on the left corner is an air ball. Chased down by Pena near left sideline. Pena's first rebound. Dribbles down the lane. Bounce pass backdoor to Hodge on the right side and lays it in. 6 points for Hodge in the third. 11 overall, now to double digits. 52-43, Eagles back by 9. Haven't seen that lead for a long time for the first half. Into the front court, Campbell, top of the arc, crossover move. Lost the ball, right to Clay on the left wing. Clay in the front court. And he tries to go down the lane, coming from behind to punch it out. Was a defender, Charlie Campbell. That was the 19th turnover for Artesia, but Campbell saves it from being a layup down the lane for the Eagles.
Second turnover, actually second steal for Clay, Josiah Clay, and that was his second one. It was in the second quarter.
Beatty's in now. He'll inbound from the right baseline, gets it into Hodge, drives the right side of the lane. Another high one off the glass and scored. Hodge on fire now, back to back. He's got 8 points in the third, 13 overall. 54-43, 11-point lead. And we got a whistle in the backcourt here. I'm not sure what the call was. Now they're bringing it over to the far sideline for some reason. I guess the pass went out of bounds. Got caught in traffic over there, so I couldn't really tell what happened, but it would be Hobbs basketball, so Artesia turnover number 20. In the front court, Pena drives the right lane, tries to go up with the reverse from right to left after a screen from Parker Henderson, top of the arc, and they rip his arm from behind as he tried to go to the hoop. I'm not sure they're going to call that a shooting foul or not, a foul regardless, though. They call that one against the Bulldogs. Vega, second personal, 14 foul, and that'll put Pena right back on the line.
Just made his last one.
Yeah, he is 4 for 5, or what am I saying here? 1 for 5 for 20%, makes that one. Dumping in the points, though, here in the third. He's got 10 total in the third, 22 overall to lead both teams.
And like the cheerleaders say, be aggressive, and that's exactly what Hobbs is doing right now. They're making their shots, and he's got that one bouncing in.
Yep, second free throw in a row for Hobbs and Pena. 56-43, 13-point lead, the biggest of the game. Long pass the other end, 1-2 and up for McNeil, rejected by Henderson. Rebound for Beatty, throws it ahead to Clay in the middle of the paint. Clay has to track it down, throws it back door to Parker Henderson, a double-hand dunk. His second dunk of the game on the right side of the rim this time. Henderson with 8 points in the third, 10 overall, double digits. The biggest lead is 15 for Hobbs. Artesia going to slow it down now in the front court. Campbell has it stripped to the timeline by Peyton Hodge. He's going to the rack on the left side and lays it in for 2. The Bulldogs are starting to unravel, similarly to what we saw in Artesia at their tournament several weeks back. Hodge now with 15 points for the Eagles, 60-43. Hobbs getting another steal before the buzzer, but they can't get a shot off, so Artesia racking up the turnovers now, 22. They had 31 the last time they played the Eagles on December 7th in a 16-point loss. Hobbs by 17 now. It sounds like deja vu, Ron. We'll take a 30-second break. 60-43 Hobbs. Back with us in 30 seconds.
Welcome back, Cool 95.7. We have a hot one right here. Third quarter action was big for the Eagles, and they've got a 60-43 lead. Of course, they did that off of 31 to 18 points. And with the call right now, we've got our friend in mind, Ty Friend.
Artesia does lead in rebounds 30-20, but that turnover situation has been the big difference, as you mentioned. 22-7, the difference there. 15 more turnovers for Artesia, a ton of them coming in the third quarter. 60-43, Hobbs with 23 points from Pena, 15 for Hodge. Into the front court comes Campbell on the right baseline. He leads with 14 for Artesia. Up top to Vega, fadeaway three off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound at the free throw line, a fadeaway as well for Eglin. Can't get it to drop, his 9th board. And we got a battle for the boards underneath and a whistle. I think it went off an Artesia kid there on the baseline. Might have been off Campbell. Will be Hobbs basketball. Again, 14 for Campbell, 12 for Eglin for the Eagles, 23 for Pena, 15 for Hodge, and 10 for Parker Henderson. Pena up top to Henderson, top of the arc, gives to Hodge on the right wing. Down to Beatty, right base, fadeaway J from 15, an air ball. Chased down to the left corner, but stepping on the baseline, Williams, or correction, Kincaid. It will be Hobbs basketball. I don't think he really had possession of it before he stepped, so that's not a rebound, but it'll be Hobbs basketball nonetheless. Left corner in behind their basket. Clay will check it back to Pena, near side left in front of the Taskovich band. 2-3 zone for Artesia to Clay on the left wing. Screen from Henderson. Drives baseline. Shot from the left block. It's swatted from behind. Count the basket. Puts it through the threads. And Clay is in the books again.
Double teamed on that one, too. Got it past 2 defenders and in there. And again, drew the foul for the 1.
Third foul on Hotling. That's going to be the first team foul here in the 4th quarter. As Clay gets a chance to make a 3-point play. He has 4 points so far. Came into the game at 57% and make it now another free throw for his numbers. He's got 5 in the books. 63-43. I can't believe now a 20-point lead. What happened to Artesia in the third quarter? Coming across the timeline after a weave is a shot for Campbell. Left side 3, no good. Beatty battling on the left baseline, going up against Trent Eglin. I'm going to say Eglin touched it last. Hobbs basketball. 7:07 left here in the 4th. Eagles by 20, more than they won against before, 16 on December 7th. Into the front court comes Pena. One-hand pass over to Clay on the right wing. He is guarded by Eglin. Dribbles behind his back, stop and go. Fadeaway 10, off the glass. Banks it home for 2. I don't know if he saw the glass, but he sure put it through it. 7 points now for Clay. Officials have to stop action. Somebody threw some garbage on the court there.
Looks like a rubber ball out there. A little kid did that, but either way, I got that off real quickly. Nice kiss off the glass, though, like you mentioned. Very nice, and maybe he can do it again, too.
22-point lead, the biggest of the game, and almost a steal on the inbound. Left side of the court near the student section was Pena knocking it away from Charlie Campbell. Has a little trash talk after that. Better be careful not to get a taunting call. Inbound to Campbell again, left. Make it the right corner this time. Pena's slapping at him. Get the foul. He raises his hand, being the good Samaritan, helping the ref out on that one. Second one on Pena. And that will be the first team foul here in the 4th quarter. 22-point lead, and actually Artesia took a lead in the 3rd quarter after some miscues by the Eagles, and all of a sudden it just blew up towards the end of the 3rd.
Yeah, that was the fuel that the Eagles needed.
Ball comes across the timeline. Campbell going to come down the lane. Double clutch left is waiting underneath the hoop. Was Henderson. Didn't really move a lot, but he just kind of put the arm out there in a chopping motion and took a whack at Campbell. Easy foul call by the official, and that time was kind of a flat-footed whack provided by Henderson. His second personal, second team foul. And that'll put Campbell on the line. The guy you don't want to foul he is perfect, although there's more than one guy perfect. Campbell 4 for 4. Earlier, Trent Eglin 6 for 6. Campbell's first free throw, good, I said that, and knocks it out of the rim, no good.
Exactly, went to the front and back and then bounced right out of there, never had a chance to go inside. Bad shooter's touch on that one.
Corbin Dominguez returns for Artesia, taking a breather is Hotling. Second shot coming from Campbell. He does have 14 points. Free throw good, 15 to lead the squad. Eagles by 21, 65-44. Eagles' biggest lead was 22 in this 4th. Coming across the timeline was Pena to slow it up with 6:30 remaining. Eagles' last pre-district game before Roswell next Tuesday at home. Up top to Clay, dribbles to his legs, waiting for a screen from Henderson. Spins on the left elbow, fadeaway jumper off the back of the rim. Ripped out by Hodge, goes back up with 2 hands, once, twice. Trying to get another rebound, and they get tied up as he comes down with it. So 2 boards for Peyton Hodge on the right block. Third one almost coming, but they call the jump first. So 5 boards now for Hodge. And again, he's got 15 points.
Hodge working with a double team.
Inbound on the right baseline, 10-footer no good. Gets another rebound. They call the foul on the hold underneath. Hodge now with 6 rebounds, and he's got that battery going full charge here as the Eagles hold on to this 21-point lead.
And I know how hard it is to be underneath the basket, be able to shoot out and be able to get that in with 2 guys on your back as well.
I can't believe they called that a shooting foul. It's a quick whistle, and I thought they just called it a rebound. But fourth on Clay Kincaid. Hodge will take the free throw in and out, no good.
Just a little too hard. Hit the front and then the back and then bounced right out.
He is 4 of 7 so far in this game, or 3 of 7, I should say. One more free throw here to try to get to 16 in the book, and he does get it. 16 points for Hodge. He had 10 in that third quarter. 66-44, back to the biggest lead at 22. Fall into the floor, losing the ball is Campbell, taken by Pena down to Clay on the left baseline. Double clutch misses, gets his own rebound, and goes back up over the front of the rim for 2. Boy, Coach Monaghan runs out of the court to get the officials' attention. Clay now with a total of 7 points in this fourth quarter, 9 overall. 2 rebounds for Clay as well. And the Eagles now extend that lead to 24. And Ron, we got some great sponsors of Hobbs Eagle basketball this season. And looks like Hobbs getting ready for district pretty quickly on Tuesday. What's going to get that game on the radio and the internet for?
Oh, without them, we would not be on the air. So it's thanks to Lee County State Bank, IPS, LECO, Thriftway, TDS, Unis Pump and Supply, Lavelle Insurance, along with Lasco Construction, New Mexico Junior College, Forest Tire, Albertsons Market, XL Energy, First American Bank of Hobbs, and NMR Pipeline. Thanks again for all the support.
We mentioned all the half that the big problem for Artesia has been turnovers, 22 in the game, but they were able to get a 1-point lead in the third quarter until it unraveled about halfway through that third. Hobbs with only 7 turnovers in this game, which is 15 less than Artesia, which definitely a big factor in the contest. And Hobbs again had has right now a 24-point lead in the ball game, the biggest of the game. As Eagles again get Roswell on Tuesday here at Tasker Arena. We'll have the pregame show at 6:45, the tip-off at 7 here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, the Cool 95.7 Facebook page, and the radio station. Artesia basketball inbound to the deep right corner of the backcourt. Corbin Dominguez sends it up the near sideline. As Campbell catches the ball, it looked like a clear out by Beatty in front of the Taskovich band. Beatty had some words for the ref, and refs paused there like, you better watch what you're saying, as Beatty getting close to the tech there. That will be the second on Beatty. Third team foul on the Eagles. Inbound to the backcourt on the bouncer to Campbell. Taking on Hodge. Stop and go dribble. And they're going to say shuffling of the feet on the travel as Hodge clapping his hands pretty loudly after that one. That'll be turnover number 23.
Exactly. Remember, there was already a flop warning for the Artesia team, so they can't afford to flop again.
Inbound to Payne at the time. Stripe will take his time now in the front court. Dribbles right, hands off to Clay. Clay comes around the left circle with the handoff to Hodge. To the right to Pena, flicks it back to him. To Hodge on the right wing, fakes the 3 and then slides right and then decides to shoot it anyway, and he puts it through the threads. Peyton Hodge with a big tray, 19 for him. Only the third tray of the ball game for the Eagles. They haven't needed him though. 71-44, steal by Hodge at the time stripe. He tries to send it down the lane on a pass back door to Beatty, but it's taken back by Artesia. 8th Eagle turnover, but there's been 24 for Artesia. Pass down the lane to the left block, getting swatted as Eglin by Henderson. Ball gets knocked out of bounds on the baseline. So Hodge definitely has a good flame lit in this ball game.
Oh, yeah.
With 19 points behind Abraham Pena's 23. Bouncer into the inbound to the Campbell left corner, drives baseline against Hodge. Out to the left wing, Pena picks him up, and then he lost his dribble off his leg and goes out of bounds. Campbell on the turnover. He didn't know who was going to guard him for a second there, and there we go. 25 turnovers for Artesia.
Exactly, and Campbell wasn't certain about who touched the ball last, let it go out of bounds, and next thing you know, it's a turnover for the Artesia Bulldogs.
25-8 is the turnover difference there. 17 more for Artesia. Clock down to 5 minutes remaining in the game. Payne in the front court. Screen up top from Turbiatis, who returns with 4 fouls. Fade away from the right elbow off the dribble for Pena on the shot. Ball loose in the right corner. And boy, Peyton Hodge rips it down for a 6th. He was flat on his back. To Pena at the free throw line. Reverse layup on the left side. The ball rolls out of the rim. Turbiatis pulls down and goes back up on the right block. Goes over the top for 2 hands. 7 points and a 7th rebound for Turbiatis. 73-44. Biggest lead now is 29. In the front court, turnaround Jay on the right block by Kincaid. They call a late whistle on that one as Turbiatis and Clay converged on him. The fans are booing right now for the Eagles, but I think they're expecting a 5th foul call on Turbiatis. Nope. No, they bail him out and give it to Josiah Clay. Maybe everybody will be happy about that instead. His 2nd instead of 5 for Turbiatis. 14 foul, 1 away from the double bonus.
You know, it looked like almost a clean block from Tribiates, but instead didn't get the call, luckily. So, yeah, so he's still in the game.
First free throw no good for Kincaid, sticking at 4 points. Again, 73-44, a 29-point lead. Eagles working on their 17th win of the season.
And it has been 43-9 ever since that 35-point lead for the Artesia Bulldogs. It has not been the same. Hobbs has just taken over and taken control.
Second shot was good. 73-45 for Kincaid, 1 of 2, 5 points. Payne in the front court, 73-45. Up top to Clay, handoff to Surrey, who just checked in, flips it back to Pena, drives the right side of the lane, goes high off the glass, misses off the back of the rim. Tribiates goes back up underneath the left block and goes up strong, gets hammered hard, missed the shot, but he gets his 8th rebound and a chance for 2 free throws. Hobbs student section, I think they're saying start the bus with 4:16 left in the game.
Actually, they're saying we got robbed.
And that's going to be a 5th foul as they're going to get that one against Kincaid. And he's going to finish the game with 5 points, 1 of 2 on the line, and 6 rebounds. And Stephen Williams checks in for him. A couple free throws coming, and the first one bouncing off the back of the rim for Tribiates. Not doing a great job on the line tonight with 0 for 3, but 7 points and 8 rebounds. So definitely use his numbers wherever you can get him. Second shot no good, back of the rim, pulled down by Artesia's McNeil. Throws it down the lane. Shot taken in the left block, no good by Eklund. Pulled down to the near sideline by McNeil. He's going to spot up a 3 off the back of the rim high. Tribiates going to chase it. No, Clay's going to get it instead. Beats him to the ball. Clay on the far right side. Into the front court, down to the right corner. Spots up a 15-footer on the right side of rim, no, and it's going to roll out of bounds on the baseline. Touch last in the paint, though, by Tootie McNeil. Hobbs will retain possession as they lead 28 points. Said 3:48 left in the 4, 73-45. Inbounding on the right baseline is Soria. Bounce it down low. Reverse layup for Pena in a tight space with 3 defenders on him. Lays it in. Count it. Pena's first bucket of the 4th quarter. He's got 25. Leading both teams, 75-45, a 30-point lead. We're getting close to mercy roll, Ron. Can you believe that?
I cannot.
Pass down low, shot for Vega, no good. Tries to go back up, misses again on the left block. And it's going to get knocked out by the Eagles. So Artesia will have another opportunity here, down by 30. Vega in this ballgame, former Hobbs Eagle, of course. He's got 8 points. Inbound left wing. And stepping up and taking an 18-footer, getting hammered as Javen Hernandez in there defensively and comes down on top of the shooter, which will put Eglin on the line. Eglin, the perfect free throw shooter this game. He is 6 of 6 so far. Hopefully that's going to go down right now.
You know, it was only about 3 or 4 weeks ago in this building where Artesia took Cleveland to the wire before they lost that game. It's just not the same team, though, right now.
Eglin makes the free throw, still perfect. 13 points. He'll get one more.
So at least he's got that going for him. He's got a nice stroke, was able to get those free throws in, and definitely is cool like the other side of the pillow.
By the way, that's the 5th team foul on the Eagles, so double bonus the rest of the game. Abraham Pena is going to exit to a nice standing O, 25 points for him. Clay will leave as well. He had 7 points in this 4th quarter, 9 overall. So definitely getting close to those double digits, but just 1 point off of that. Second shot is off the back of the rim, no good for Eglin. Taken down by Tribiates underneath the hoop. He's got 9 rebounds into the front court, spins on the left wing, hands it off behind to Soria. NBA 3, it swishes it home. Big hit for the sophomore. He's got 2 trays, 8 points, and the 4th tray of the game for the Eagles. 78-46, a 32-point lead. Ball comes out of bounds on the near sideline, knocked out by Soria. Artesia will retain possession right in front of the Hobbs Eagles student section. Not the place you want to be when you're down by 32 at Tasker.
Yeah, and that sophomore really was fighting to be able to get that big in there. They realized, of course, that Artesia's in double bonus. So they're going to go ahead and put him on the line. But, yeah, there was a foul against Soria.
Yeah, it's right in front of that student section. We can't really see that deep down on the court there. But so Soria will pick up the foul. That'll be his first personal. And a free throw coming, 2 free throws for Campbell. 5 of 6 from the line, 6 of 7 now as he makes that one. He's got 16 points, leading scorer for Artesia, 13 for Eglin, so 2 in double digits. For the Hobbs Eagles, 25 for Pena, 19 for Hodge, 10 for Henderson, and Josiah Clay got subbed. He was just 1 point shy of a double point production with 10, but he got 9. Second shot good for Campbell. He's got 17. And some more subs in for Artesia. Tootie McNeil checks in, as well as Corbin Dominguez. 3:15 remaining in the game. Hobbs up by 30. Down by 1 in the third quarter. Boy, what a turnaround about midway through the third because of turnovers. Into the front court, Lyric Soria. Screen up top. In the game, just barely, Brock Beatty. I think they got him for a screen foul. Yes, they did. So that'll be a foul on Beatty, his first. Will not be a shooting situation. That was an offensive screen. And that will be a turnover there, just 9. And that's the good part, Ron. We cut our turnovers down by half. The Cleveland game was 18. This one's 9. Look at the score, 30-point lead for the Eagles.
Exactly. Of course, one and done is as we stop those, we're getting more drives and also more rebounds.
Campbell going to shoot a 3 from the left wing. It's an air ball, saved on the right baseline to Javen Hernandez with the board for Hobbs. Javen's first rebound, throws it ahead to Beatty in the right wing, fakes a 3 with a jab step, crossover move, drives the lane, a runner shot around the rim and no good. Everybody was cheering for Brock Beatty that time, and the rebound comes underneath by Williams, his first. Throws it across the timeline to Campbell on the right wing. One-hand bounce pass to the right block to Byers. Turns around with a hook shot on the right block and puts it through the hole. Byers with his first bucket of the ball game. 2:25 remaining in the game. Eagles up by 38-28. Top of the arc, Turbiatis spots up a 3. Off the side of the rim, no good. Not sure why we need that one. Rebound in transition, pulled into the front court by Campbell. His 8th rebound, sends it ahead, and trying to get the layup, and then getting hit hard from behind was Jack Byers. And what do they call on that one?
I don't know, but
did they call the ball? The ball knocked off of him, a block by Turbiatis, who hit the floor pretty hard.
Yes, he did.
I guess it must have hit the shooter Byers on that one. It rolls out of bounds, so no foul called on that.
Yeah, no protection hitting the floor on that one. He was able to walk it off, but he's limping a little bit.
Mari McGahey in the game for the Eagles now. Pass across the timeline to Hernandez. Goes to the rack, reverse layup right side, bouncing around the rim and good. Javen Hernandez with his first bucket, 80-52. Eagles by 28. Beating the pressure with a bounce pass across the timeline is Derek Warren. Lost the ball in the lane. It's picked up by Turbiatis underneath the hoop. After the turnover, 26 on those for Artesia. Up ahead to McGahey, drives the right baseline, sends it back to Brock Beatty on the right wing. Step back, he thought about a 3, step forward, and throws up an 18-footer. Shot puts it through the hole. Brock Beatty scores, and everybody on their feet here at Task Arena. Coach Ross cheering across the baseline. Back to a 30-point lead. At the other end, a 3 from the right wing off the back of the iron for Dominguez. Long rebound for McGahey, his second. Comes down the lane, tried to jump in the air, but lost the ball. They're going to say he got his arm pulled back, and that's why he lost it. Don't know if he was going to try to shoot or pass that one. They do get the foul on Hotling. That'll be his 4th, 4th team foul.
Got one more, and Hobbs will be in the bonus with 1:13 to go in this game.
Eagles will have it on the right baseline underneath their hoop. And it looks like Turbiatis is going to leave now. He finishes up with 7 points and 9 rebounds and stayed in the game after having 4 fouls. So he stuck around the best he could, and coach is going to say we need somebody else in the game right now, and that's Amron Wheeler. McGahey gets it in the right corner to Soria with 1:10 remaining. Backs it out on the right wing. Stop and go. Down the paint. Fakes the shot, dump it left to Beatty for 3 off the back of the rim. Rebound on the free throw line, pulled down by Hotling, his 4th. And there's a couple of hands applied to his back. I think they got McGahey on that one. That'll be his second. That is his second personal. Still bonus time, double bonus for Artesia. Stops the clock with 1:03 remaining, and 30-point lead for the Hobbs Eagles, almost doubling what they beat them at their home court there back on December 7th. But this game was much closer in the third quarter than unraveled for Artesia, with a lot of defense being applied by the Eagles. Free throw up and good for Hotling. 3 points for him now.
Yeah, Hobbs was able to get 22 in the first, but only managed to get 7 in the second. They were outscored double time by Artesia, 14-7, but in the third quarter, blew it up 31 points.
Second free throw good for Hotling as well. He's got 4. Half-court pass to the Eagles, and Amron Wheeler gets it thanks to Javen Hernandez sending it straight ahead from the half-court line. Wheeler off to the races. He's got 2 points. 84-54. Eagles by 30 with 48 remaining. A strip of the timeline by Javen Hernandez. Another turnover, 27 for Artesia. Hernandez will shoot a three from the right side, hard off the back of the rim. Soria trying to chase it in the right corner. He gets shoved in the foul. Third rebound for Lyric Soria, the sophomore. And that will be the fifth on Artesia, which means double bonus for the Eagles now as they get that foul call on Stephen Williams, his first.
And better yet, Hobbs is getting their average 20 points a quarter. That's pretty much what they wanted to do. And you know that old saying is if you get at least 20, you're bound to win the game, and that does help.
Soria on the line, 53% this season as he swishes the first one there. That's his 9th point of the game. Could go to a double here with 10 if he gets this next one. Eagles have, so far, 3 people in double digits. He would be the 4th, and he is. He makes it. 10 points for him, 2 for 2 on the line, and 2 trays for Lyric Soria. 86-54. There's the start the bus. I think I heard it right this time. 32-point lead for the Eagles, biggest of the game. Top of the arc, faking a three is Williams. Sends it off to the left wing to Hotling. Hotling drives left baseline. Good D by Soria to stop him. Sends it back to Williams to the left elbow. Goes down the lane. Scoop shot misses off the back of the rim. Rebound for Soria, his 4th. Sends it ahead to Beatty, who misses the dunk. Brock Beatty trying to tomahawk jam on the right side, but rebound by Hernandez with 2 hands on the left to lay it in for 2. Nice return for Hernandez as Eagles continue to extend at 4 points and 2 rebounds. 88-54 as Hernandez gets back in the books. A 3 at the other end from the right corner. Tootie McNeil misses out the back. A rebound for Soria, and that is the ball game. A 3/4 court shot not going to drop. Your Hobbs Eagles winning 88-54 over Artesia. 2nd time this season. That one was a 34-point win, almost a mercy roll. Eagles winning the first time in December by 16. We will take a 3-minute break, come back with a Hobbs Eagle postgame show on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. Stay with us. Back live here at Task Arena, the Hobbs Eagle postgame show on Cool 95.7, the Cool 95.7 Facebook page, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube. I'm Ty Friend, Ron Gunner with you. Manuel back at the station. Hobbs, big win tonight as they defeat Artesia, 34 points, 88-54, almost a mercy roll there towards the end, and wasn't even close to that in the third quarter. The early parts where Hobbs got down by 1 and regained the lead, and then just kind of went all the way to the medal there at the end of the third quarter and just collided their way into a big win. Again, Artesia, one of the best teams in the 4A at the number 3 in the Max Preps poll. Doing some good stuff against some squads around the state. And tonight, though, they knew it was going to be a tough one, but held with the Eagles for quite a bit of the contest. But that midway through the third into the fourth quarter was all Hobbs.
Exactly. And once again, I think we nailed it on the head for the halftime adjustments. One of the things that Coach Ross wanted to do was just limit those three-point shots. Yeah, it's great if you want to have a three-point shot, but you better make it or rebound it. And they weren't doing either one of those, so they had to go back to the basics and basically run the line, go ahead and get inside, drive that lane, be able to get in there, and that's what was happening. Plus, they were getting the contact for the fouls as well as getting those second chance points and be able to getting back in after a couple of rebounds. Of course, they were using Henderson a little bit. Could have used him more, but still, they used him just enough to be able to get a huge win against this Artesia Bulldogs team, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. They outscored themselves in the third quarter. It was 29 points at the first half. They got 31 points in the third quarter. That is something you want to do. And against this Artesia team, you definitely want to make sure you take all the advantages you have because they're not going to get as many as you want.
Let's look at the numbers first for Artesia. They have 2 in double figures. Charlie Campbell getting close to a double-double, 17 points, also 8 rebounds, so 2 boards away from a double-double, and almost perfect from the charity stripe as well, 7 of 8. Only missed 1 free throw in the fourth quarter, so he was their go-to guy for much of the game. A good dribbler getting up the court and a very fast player for Artesia. Trent Eglund getting close to a double-double as well, 13 points and 9 rebounds, so 1 board away from a double-double, and he was almost perfect from the charity stripe, almost the exact same numbers as Campbell, 7 of 8. Those two guys combined for 30 points and 14 of 16 from the line, and a total of 17 rebounds combined between those two. So Campbell and Eglund definitely are no jokes, but they just didn't have enough help on that game to get back in it.
Yeah, got half of his on the line. Yeah, Eglund missed the last one. Don't know why exactly, but still, wouldn't have mattered either way. But, yeah, have a great shooting touch on the line. Just going to need to work on the rest of the game to be able to get more points for the team.
Braylon Vega, the former Hobbs Eagle, came to town, hit a couple of trays. A kind of a quiet game through the first half. Got the 2 trays in the second half. Finished with 8 points and 5 rebounds. It was Clay Kincaid, one of their bigger players at 6'8". He had 5 points, 1 of 2 on the line, and 6 rebounds. Did foul out in the fourth quarter. Stephen Williams hit 1 of 3 trays that Artesia converted. He had 3 points. It was Jack Byers finishing with a bucket for 2 and 2 rebounds. Cale Hotling with 4 points, perfect on the line, 2 for 2 and 4 boards. And that's about it for the scoring for Artesia. I think I said Jack Byers, a bucket and 2 rebounds. If I didn't, I just said it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 scores in the books for Artesia. They went 17 of 22 from the line for 77%. They did have 37 rebounds, 2 more than the Eagles. Top boardman was Trent Eglund with 9 boards, 8 for Charlie Campbell, and 6 for Clay Kincaid. Turnover is definitely a major problem for Artesia. They had 27 in the game compared to single digits for Hobbs at 9. That is 18 turnovers more than Artesia needed in this game, and that really cost him a lot of transition points for the Hobbs Eagles, Ron.
It certainly did. That and all those turnovers that they had, of course, made a big difference, especially once again in the third quarter. I think Hobbs cinched up their game a little bit better, and Artesia just was trying to play the same old game that we're playing in the first half. It didn't quite match up.
Eagles finished with 4 double-digit scores in this one. Abraham Pena, of course, 25 points in this ball game. Stroking it big for Hobbs, especially in that fourth quarter where he had, or makes it the third quarter where he had 11 points. He had 4 buckets in that quarter and went 3 for 4 from the charity stripe. Not the best night for shooting on the line for him, 3 for 7, but he came up big in that third quarter to seal the deal and get the Eagles in that double-digit lead. Again, 25 points for Abraham Pena. He had 1 rebound in the ball game. 19 for Peyton Hodge. He had a tray in the final quarter, fourth quarter. He had 10 points in the third quarter, a lot of steals and layups for him, and 3 for 5 on the charity stripe for the game. He had 7 rebounds, so he was floating around the double-double type situation, as definitely he is a spark plug that gets up and down the court, has a lot of speed for the Hobbs Eagles. A couple of guys getting 10 apiece. Parker Henderson, he had 8 points in the second quarter, 10 overall, and 3 rebounds for the Eagles. Was perfect on the line, 2 for 2. It was Lyric Soria, the sophomore, went 10 points, 2 for 2 on the line, hit 2 trays, and had 5 rebounds for the Eagles. Josiah Clay, he was subbed out in the fourth quarter before getting his 10th point, got 9 though, and all 9 of those, or make it 7 of those coming in the fourth. He finished with 9 points and 3 rebounds. Javen Hernandez had 4 points, a couple of buckets, and 2 boards. Jairus Turbiatis with 7 points and 9 rebounds. Unfortunately, not a big free throw shooting night for him, 0 for 4, but did hit a tray in the first quarter. Other scorers include Amron Wheeler coming off the bench in the fourth for a bucket for 2 points. Brock Beatty also got a score from the right side on a 18-footer on the jumper for 2 points as well. The Hobbs Eagles finishing with 9 scores in the books. They were 12 of 24 from the free throw line for 50%, so they got 2 more free throw opportunities than Artesia. That doesn't happen very often this season for Hobbs. They usually have a lot less free throw opportunities, but tonight they got a couple more. They didn't shoot better in terms of percentage, 50 versus 77% for Artesia, but those 12 points are very important as Eagles pulled away midway through the third quarter. Again, the biggest stat that really sticks out is that 9 turnovers, again, compared to 27 for Artesia. Definitely a feather in the cap of Coach Ross and the squad. Eagles did get out rebounded by 2, 35-37. Did have some good glass work from Jairus Turbiatis, leading the team with 9. It was Peyton Hodge with 7, and Lyric Soria was third on the squad with 5. And 3-pointers tonight, 4 for the Eagles. Of course, the leader there, Lyric Soria, had a couple for the Hobbs cause, and only 3 3-pointers for Artesia. But big turnaround there on that midway through the third to get the win, and Hobbs gets that record to 17-3 as the Bulldogs drop to 12-7.
And real quickly, you talked about the fact of turnovers. Well, 16 of those were steals from Hobbs, and 2 of them had 4 apiece. One was Peyton Hodge, the other one Abraham Pena. And oddly enough, they also finished with 1 assist each as well. We also had a couple with 3 steals. Javen Hernandez was one of them, along with, actually it was Turbiatis who had 2 steals. Still contributed, also had an assist. And it was also 2 steals for Josiah Clay, who got in there and made a disruption. But the biggest one, of course, Parker Henderson had 4 blocks, 2 in the first and 2 in the second half, and that really helped spur on the offense and the defense for the Hobbs Eagles, and I think that made a difference. But third quarter adjustments really did a key thing, and they need to do that again or keep doing that to be able to continue winning these games.
Well, next stop for the Eagles will be right back here at Task Arena. They don't have to go anywhere as they will host Roswell to open up district. Roswell currently sitting at 16-4 on the season. Of course, their first district game against the Eagles. They beat Artesia just a few nights ago, back on the 21st, 59-57. In that ball game, you mentioned this earlier tonight, Roswell was up big in the first quarter, 23-9. Second quarter, Artesia outscored Roswell 19-14, but the second half owned by the Coyotes. They outscored Artesia 37-28 to get the victory. In terms of Roswell scoring, the Sembrano kid finished the top scorer with 17. Sorosino had 13, and Cloud finished with 10, so they had 3 in double figures in that contest. And that was a game that Artesia also matched with 3 double-digit scores, with Vega 14, Kincaid 12, and Campbell 12. So very hard-fought ball game, 59-57. Again, Roswell defeating Artesia back on the 21st. I should mention, too, Roswell able to convert 7 3-pointers in the game, held Artesia to just 1 3-pointer. And, boy, Artesia didn't get many free throws in that game. They were just 5 of 6. Roswell was 6 of 8. So not a lot of free throws for either squad in that game. It's kind of just a grind-out affair. But, again, some scores that you got to be careful from Sembrano, Saraceno, and Cloud for Roswell. And, again, very good record at this point, 16-4. And, of course, in the Max Preps poll currently, Roswell is not in the top 11 at this point, but no, actually, excuse me, they're in the top 5 at number 5 currently, with that 16-4 record. Don't have the best strength of schedule in the state though, 10.4, so they're kind of lower on the list for that in terms of who they played in tournaments, especially when the Eagles have gone to the Albuquerque Metro. You pick up a lot of points for when you beat teams up there, but currently it's Volcano Vista first, Hobbs second, Sandia third, Cleveland fourth, Roswell fifth. So they're a force to be reckoned with in the district. And, of course, Eagles tend to be a little bit of track meet type style with Roswell. A lot of running and gunning going on with those two teams. And sometimes the turnovers mount up for both squads. Everybody trying to outdo each other, and sometimes it gets a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, in the last game, that was definitely the case on that one. As that was a last game they lost was in Roswell. Turned out to be Hobbs was down just by 7, 38-31 in the half. Could not get into the third quarter as Roswell outscored them 24-18. Fourth quarter, same thing. Roswell scored another 24 points. Hobbs was unable to get anything going as far as offense and ended up losing that one by 86-64. Not looking forward to that one, but I don't think that this year is playing a lot different than last year. I don't think they're going to go in with the same kind of attitude. They're going to start strong and finish strong. They have a little bit of a weakness in the second quarter, but they always answer back in the third, and Hobbs is able to win more games than they did last year for certain.
Another team, too, from our district, Carlsbad, actually got beat by Lovington the other night in Lovington by double digits. So that was a big win for Coach Pack and the Wildcats in that upset of a 5A squad. Of course, Carlsbad playing the Eagles later this season as well in the district. So lots of excitement here with the Eagles getting the victory. Before we take off, though, just one more quick wrap-up for the Hobbs Lady Eagles as they won their game tonight, completely obliterating Artesia. Of course, that was their final pre-district game as well. And, boy, it was mercy roll for all the second half and a 40-plus win there for Coach Carpenter and the Lady Eagles.
Yeah, came in with a 57-17 halftime lead and just cruised after that. Of course, time was in essence because it was mercy roll. 79-30 was the final on that one. And Hobbs Lady Eagles get their 19th victory as well as, of course, cruise into another district game or set of games. And it looks like they're going to be the strongest one, the team to beat, to be able to go into the championship this year.
Yeah, number one in the Max Preps poll for several weeks now. Again, final score for the Hobbs boys, 88-54, a 34-point win, almost a mercy roll here at Tasker Arena. Again, Roswell will be the next game on Tuesday to open up district here at Tasker, 6:45 pregame, the tip-off at 7. Thanks to Manuel back at the station. And before we leave here from Tasker Arena, Ron Gunner, Ty Friend, Ron, get us those sponsors. That's what gets these games on the radio and the internet for free to all the viewers and listeners out there. Some places charge, not no mark broadcasting.
Exactly, and with that, we say thank you very much to Lee County State Bank, IPS, LECO, Thriftway, TDS, Lavelle Insurance, Eunice Pump and Supply, Lasco Construction, Forest Tire, Albertsons Market, XL Energy, NMJC and the Mexico Junior College, First American Bank of Hobbs, and NMR Pipeline. Thanks again for the sponsorship, you guys.
Until Tuesday night, 6:45 p.m. here on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, Cool 95.7, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Thanks to Manuel back at the station. Have a great weekend out there. Your Hobbs Eagles victorious, 88-54 over Artesia.